Well, good day again. Good day again. And well, I'm back. I'm back. 20-minute break was nice, but let's continue. Let's continue to um talk to people. Let's continue to have conversations. Let's continue to talk about who God is. Let's just continue to try to figure out what is that truth. Yes, there's going to be a lot of different people having a lot of different perspectives too. And it's awesome when we all can come together and instead of you know creating chaos and wars, we can just simply talk. Did you know that I personally think I'm not afraid. I'm actually not afraid to talk. I'm not afraid to get exposed to different religions out there. I'm not, because I personally think that God Almighty will simply lead me to the truth. So, amongst all the religions out there, amongst all of them, God Almighty will lead me to the truth. So, that's why I am not afraid to speak with any religion, any different religious perspective out there. Okay. I do have my basis. My basis is the Bible. Anything else? No. Only the Bible. And I hit extremely a lot on the teachings of Jesus Christ. Extremely a lot. I like Paul too. I mean, Paul is great, but for me, it's easier to understand what Jesus taught than versus what Paul taught. Paul is awesome. I'm not putting Paul down in any way. Paul did great and awesome things. So don't get me wrong. But I really like to go to directly to the source. And the source in this case is Jesus. And Paul himself, he said that he is building on a foundation, which is Jesus Christ. So I like the foundation. I do not disagree. I do not dispute against Paul. But he was a philosopher. He wrote in a certain way. I like James. I like the writings of James, honestly speaking. I really do. Why? It's literally black and white. There's no grade. There's no this hidden trying to explanations. There's none of those. It's literally black and white. I like John too, because John is very simple, pretty much black and white, but from a different standpoint of view. I think James and John, they were more simple people, less educated than Paul, because Paul was a Pharisee. He was I think he was into philosophies and into theologies. I think Paul was into all of that. So that's where Paul spoke the way he spoke, and his studies made him speak the way he spoke. But me, for a common dude, Jesus was easier to understand. James was easier to understand, and also John was easier to understand. Peter is easier to understand than Paul too. There's nothing wrong with Paul. Don't get me wrong, nothing wrong with Paul. Paul is great. I love Paul. Paul is my bro. He's a great apostle. He did great things. But just from the way people would speak and present things. So before we jump into this live stream, and this live stream will be Ask a Question. Ask a question. Live question and answer. Real answers now. Whatever the question you have. Oh God, I need your help. Oh God, I need your help. Whatever the question you have, throw it at me. I will try my best to answer. I'll try my best to give you a simple understanding according to the Bible, as best that I possibly can. And before we start, let's pray. Let's pray, because I need God's help. Almighty God, as always, thank you so much. Thank you so much for every opportunity to do a live stream. Thank you so much when the live streams are busy and very engaged. Even thank you for when the live streams more on the slower side for all the time. Thank you. But thank you so much, Lord, for this great and awesome opportunity that you give to communicate with people online. Thank you so very, very much for this wonderful platform called the internet, where we literally can speak, have a direct conversation with people, well, anywhere in the world, actually, anywhere in the world. So thank you so very much, Almighty God. I really do appreciate it. And Lord, I do pray, bless everybody who's tuning in, bless all of us. And Lord, help us to just come together and have one massive discussion of and see where it all leads to. But in the end, I do pray that you alone reveal the truth to each one of us, guide us to the truth. Lord Almighty God, you are the truth, so reveal yourself to us. And I pray this all in the almighty name of Jesus Christ. You are wonderful and good. You really are. Amen. Well, God is good. God is good. Okay, so let's start this by throw a like button. Throw a like button. I appreciate you. If not, then whatever. Next, subscribe to the channel too, so we would hang out in the future together. I do like subscribe more than a like. Why? Because subscribe, you do know when I go online, and if you're available, you have some questions, let's talk. That's why. Now, if you got a question or you got a claim, you can put it in the comments section. I'll go over the comments, and I'll go over some of the comments from the previous live stream too. Thank you so much for anyone who, everyone who tuned in the previous live stream. We went over John chapter 15. Amazing chapter. Yeah, it's in a way an offensive chapter to a Christian. An offensive chapter to a Christian, but it's a good type of offense. That type of offense actually leads us to repentance and true good change. So it was awesome. So I'll go through over the comments, and then I'll try to answer your comments as I get to it. But if you actually want to have a conversation, you have multiple questions, if you want to have some follow-up questions, if you want to challenge me in whatever, then there's a link in a pinned comment. The link looks like this. The link is inside of description. It's pretty much the very first line inside of description, and the link is inside of a pinned comment. If you click on that link, it will take you to the website where we have the studio room, and then I'll be able to bring you to the stage, and we can have a live conversation. And again, the thing that I really like a lot is speaking to people from everywhere. Spoke to people from Pakistan. Like, okay, never thought to myself that I would be doing this, but it was pretty fun. It's definitely different than versus, let's say, me, a Ruski American. Spoke to people from Qatar. Spoke to people from New Zealand as well, from Australia. Spoke to people from all over the place. I really like the internet. It's fun. It's fun to see who is out there. Who will we get? It's fun. Okay, so anyways, click on the link. It'll take you to the studio room. Whenever you're ready to speak, just raise your hand, and I will bring you to the stage, and we'll talk. But until then, let's see here. Let me go over some comments here. Oh, I actually seen a comment from a previous live stream. Let me address this. Oh, hi. I give the gospel of Jesus. Hi. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for your awesome, encouraging comments too. I do appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you so much for helping to spread the gospel too. People like you through comments. I through mic, especially when there's a conversation, y'all see that I don't really even focus on the comments. I try to focus on the conversation. I try not to miss anything that the person is saying, and I try to understand what they mean as well. So that's why I don't focus on the comments. So anyone who is helping me in the comments field, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. But I've seen an interesting comment. Let me see. Okay, so I went over. It's gone. It's gone. It's a little too far back. It's a little too far back. It's all right. It's all right. I'll just start with the comments. All the comments. Okay, so I ran into Jehovah Witnesses giving out pamphlets. I said no. I am not in religion, and he said we believe in scriptures, and I said, but you add to the word and have another book. He said yes. Should I have said anything else? Should I have said anything else? One of the things that I like to ask Jehovah's Witnesses this. Look, let me just show you this. I honestly speaking, I do not reject their book. I asked them if I can look into their book and ask him a few questions comparing their book to King James version because they also accept the King James version. And they would usually say yes, like the overwhelming amount of times they would say yes, of course. And then I do this. Look, so I go. Here are some of the verses. Let me just pull up my notes. Where's it at? There. So then I go and I ask them, or actually I turn with them to. I go directly on their website too. So that it would be a lot more official for them. Let me just bring this up real quick. Okay, so JW. Oh, sorry. Let me change the screen to. Ooh, just flying all over the place. There. Okay, so I am on jw.org right now. Okay. And right here, I go to library. And there's going to be. Where is it? Bible. Read Bible online. There's this and. Hold on. Library Bibles. There we go. So library Bibles. And right here. So I pull up the New World Translation. This is the first one. This is their official one. And then I look for King James version right here. King James version. And again, I'm on their website just to make it more official. And this is all the Bibles that they accept. But the one that they encourage their followers to read is the New World Translation. And then ask them, hey, can I show you something? Let's say if we go into John chapter 1, verse 1 in your translation and in King James translation. Let's read verse 1. And then I just read. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was a God. And the Word was a God. And then I turn to King James. And I read, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, pretty much the same thing, and the Word was God. This God, it literally is the same thing. They're spelled the same. It's pronounced the same. It's the same. It's the same. But in New World Translation, this God and this God, it seems like they're two different gods, as if. And this God, it looks like he is, the God, I guess. The most high, the most powerful from that standpoint of view. But what is this? A God. What is this, a God? In King James Version, it's loud and clear that the Word was God, the same God that the Word was with. But in your translation, y'all introduce as if y'all introducing a second God. How can I understand this, please? I mean, you both accept. You accept both the King James Version and New World Translation, but you are, you are taught or you're encouraged to read New World Translation. But why is there a change to the Bible, to the scriptures, in New World Translation? Are you okay with this change that the Watchtower Society has infused in the scriptures? Are you okay with how they changed the Word, that is Jesus Christ, from being an actual God to a God of a sort? What does this a God even means? What does it even mean? So that's the first verse that I show him. Then I'm like, and then I just tell him, hey, can I show you something else? Just, let's do some more comparison. And then I say, hey, let's go into John chapter 8. Chapter 8, verse 58. Verse 58. Okay, verse 58. Now let's read. So the first is New World Translation, the Watchtower edited translation to fit their doctrine. And again, both of these translations, I'm actually pulling directly from jw.org website. So it's official as it gets. But we can see that within jw.org system, there is a massive contradiction between the scriptures. Because JW, the Watchtower Society, yes, we're bold enough to edit the scriptures, change the scriptures, corrupt the scriptures. But I mean, they did not corrupt the original scriptures, but they corrupted the Bible and now trying to push that Bible to the people. But guess what? The original one will never be corrupted. We got the Greek. We can always go into the Greek. We have all those translations also, that the King JV, the NKJV, the NIV, and all of those translations. They agree that the Word was God. And then comes NWT around 1958, 1960, somewhere over there, and decided to say the Word was some kind of a God. Who knows what kind, but some kind of a God. I mean, they do define him as an angel, the archangel then, and everything else, blah, blah, blah. But, okay, so anyways, let's continue. So, John 8:58. Jesus said to them, most assuredly, I say to you, before Abraham came into existence, I have been. I have been. It's a pretty interesting, pretty cool translation. But is it changing the meaning from, let's say, KJV? Well, let's see here. Let's focus on I have been part. I have been part. John 8:58 KJV. Jesus said to them, Verily, verily, I say to you, before Abraham was, I am. I am. This I am carries two meanings. The first meaning is it goes directly to Exodus chapter 3, I believe verse 14, where God said that where God said to Moses that his name is I am Jehovah, Yahweh. That's the first reference this I am brings. The second one is its eternal existence. Now, I have been carries only one meaning. It carries only I have been before Abraham came into existence. That's it. I have been before Abraham came to existence. It does not even imply eternity whatsoever. It only implies that I have been there, I have existed before Abraham came into existence. That is the only thing that it implies. In other words, what I'm trying to say is the NWT, the Watchtower, decided to remove the divinity aspect from 2 verses now. They really are trying to strip Jesus Christ from divinity aspect, from that same one existence that created everything in the beginning. Okay, so those are the 2 verses, but there's a lot more. Let me just throw them. I'm not going to go over them, but if you want to compare, you're welcome to compare. The next one is John chapter 10, verse 33. King JV over there. It gives us a clear reference that people thought that Jesus was making himself equal to God. God, the creator God. God, the almighty God. That's why they wanted to stone him. But KJV changed it to a God. A God. What is a God? You're saying that you're an angel? What is this a God thing is? Now, if a person is saying that they're an angel, it's not blasphemy. That's the problem with the JW. It's not blasphemy. So if people would be if Jesus would be claiming that he is an angel, people would not pick up stones to stone him. People would only pick up stones to stone if a person is actually claiming to be God, to be divine. That's it. That's blasphemy. So if Jesus is a God, then that's not blasphemy. People wouldn't pick up the stones. But people did pick up the stones. Why? Because KJV version is more correct. People thought that Jesus claims to be divine. Hebrews 1:8 is the next one. Chapter 1, verse 8. 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16. Acts chapter 20, verse 28. Like, let me actually go over Acts chapter 20. You'll see how obvious it is. This is the last one actually, and then I'll move on to other comments. Hey, come on. Why aren't you giving me? On Acts chapter 20. This is verse 28. I just want to throw this out there for anyone who may be interested in this. Verse 20, 28. Acts 20 and verse 28. Okay. Okay, so this is what... So this is what the NWT translation says. Pay attention to yourselves and to all the flock among which the Holy Spirit has anointed you overseers, to shepherd the congregation of God, which he purchased with the blood of his own Son. So here we understand that God has purchased the congregation with the blood of his own Son. This is what it states, okay? Look what KJV says. Okay, so take heed, therefore, unto yourselves and to all the flock over which the Holy Ghost has made you overseers, to feed the church of God, which he has purchased with his own blood. Do you see the difference? Which he purchased with his own blood. So who purchased with his own blood? Jesus. Well, to feed the church of God, which he purchased with his own blood. So God has purchased with his own blood. But, you know, to shepherd the congregation of God, which he purchased with the blood of his own Son. So do you see how divinity aspect has been removed from Jesus? According to this, according to NWT, Jesus is the Son of God. But according to KJV, Jesus is God. Okay, so let's jump into... KJV is the worst edition. It's not even a translation. It's horribly inaccurate and biased to the king's opinions. Okay. Well, I'm just trying to show. If you want to use NKJV, you're welcome to do that too. That's the one that I use. This is the one that I use on the screen usually right here is NKJV. I'm just used to NKJV. But you're welcome to use other translations as long as you read the Bible. Just do not use the NWT, New World Translation. Don't use that one. That one is corrupted. Okay, next. Oh, nice. If you have some of those interesting hadiths again, throw them my way too. Thanks. There have already been so many changes since it's written. Well, see, the thing is, look, since it's written, so many changes. That this is very inaccurate. What this comment states is extremely inaccurate. There's a huge error in this comment. Let me show you the error. Let me show you the error. Okay, so let's go to John, chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Okay, this is NKJV translation. Let me see. Let's go to Bible Gateway. Let's go to here. Okay, so let's go to John 1:1. And let's jump to which Bible shall we use? Let's do American Standard Version. Let's see what American Standard Version says. Let's see if the meaning has been changed. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Looks to be exactly the same, even word for word, as NKJV or KJV. KJV is pretty much the same thing. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Okay. Let's see what Christian Standard Bible says. It says this. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Same thing. Okay, let's see what Contemporary English Version says. In the beginning was the one who is called the Word. The Word was with God and was truly God. So I see they changed some words. They're using different words. We read what, about 4 or 5 translations, or 3, 4 translations, I mean. And we have seen that it's word for word the same. But now these guys are these contemporary guys. They're changing words around. It's not verbatim anymore. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Corruption. Let's rip all our hair out. Let's just panic to the fullest possible point. Nah, people, just calm down. Just calm down. Let's see if the meaning got changed. So we read, in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. This one says, in the beginning was the one who is called the Word. So in the beginning was the one who is called the Word. In the beginning was the Word. So far the meaning is exactly the same. Next, the Word was with God. In NKJV, in the beginning was the Word was with God. The Word was with God. Exactly the same. Okay? And then NKJV at the end says the Word was God. And this one says, and was truly God. Okay. A few words got changed. Meaning is exactly the same. So there's no point of panicking. No point of panicking. The meaning is exactly the same. Using a little different words. Little different sentence structure. Totally okay with that. Okay, let's do one more. I've seen a Jewish one. Let's see how this Jewish one. What does this Jewish one say? I'm just out of my curiosity. I have no clue what it's gonna say, but let's see. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Exactly the same as NKJV. So y'all can panic all you want about Bible being corrupted and there's so many errors found. Don't worry about it. True Bible, true gospel will never be corrupted. And false piece of beep, such as NWT, New World Translation, will be exposed by the Christians. And Christians will be saying, hey, dear public, dear world, please hear me out. There's an NWT, New World Translation. That one is corrupted. Ignore it. Fully ignore it. Curse it. It literally changes who our Lord and Savior is. Curse that one. And you're welcome to read. There's many more that you can read. Many more translations you can read. If you know how to read Greek, just go and read it in Greek. I do not know how to read in Greek. I speak in Russian, I speak in English, and guess what? My 2 only options is to read in Russian or in English. So, it's okay. I can read a Russian or an English one and still get the same meaning as the Greek one. Maybe not to the fullest possible point. But I will definitely understand who Jesus is, what Jesus has done, and for me to believe in him equals everlasting life. I'll definitely understand that. Okay, next. Also, I've noticed you have 0 videos of your God healing anyone of a visible illness or injury. I'm not trying to catch that on camera. That happens in my life, which it did happen already. It was in a personal conversation. And let me just tell you a story. So me and my friend, we went, well, apartment door knocking. Went into apartments, we started to door knock, had some wonderful conversations about who Jesus is. That day, people were extremely responsive. They were willing to just, yeah, stand there for about 10, 15 minutes to talk to us, whom they think Jesus is, and many of them were actually Christians, so we encouraged each other, and we just continued on. And then we came to a home, and it was a home of a Muslim, a home of a Muslim. And he was very, very, very invitive. He's like, come on in, let's have a conversation about this. I mean, he didn't give us any of the items like tea or food. I don't really care about that. I'm not asking for that at all. He was not super that invitive, but he wanted to have a conversation, and I prefer a conversation over a cup of tea. If a cup of tea is going to take away from the time of conversation, let's not have tea. Let's just sit down and talk. So we had a very, very awesome conversation. That conversation lasted for about 1.5 hours, and he wanted to know about Jesus. He was very excited, and he was just soaking in all that information. And then we ended on a good note, and he actually wanted us to come back again. So in about a month or so, I came back again. The second time I was alone, actually, and I spoke to him again. I shifted his focus on who Jesus is, and right at the end of the conversation, he started to tell me about how the doctors, they have scanned his heart, and there was something extremely bad with his heart, that he needed to go into a surgery. Now, I'm not a medical type of person, so I do not know the official terms of what was wrong with his heart, but there's a heart surgery done for that. So whatever it might be, that's what it is. And the doctor said it needs to be done urgent, or he might die soon. And after having a conversation about who Jesus is, I just told him, well, all I can do for you is ask Jesus to heal you. That is all I can do. Can I pray for you and just ask Jesus to heal you? And with excitement, literally with excitement and glow on his face, he said yes. Think about it. A Muslim man is accepting with excitement and glow on his face prayer to Jesus for healing. That's already mind blowing. That's shirk in their point of view, in their perspective. That's shirk. That's unforgivable sin, but this one is accepting it. So I prayed. I put my hand on his heart. Had no clue what will happen. But hey, if you don't ask, you don't receive. So might as well ask, see what happens. So I prayed, put my hand on his heart, and then after I prayed, I said, well, goodbye. I'll see you around next time. And we left. Well, I left. I was alone. Then next time, I came to him in about 2 months. And with my friend, with another friend, we also had a wonderful conversation. It lasted for about an hour and a half or so. He got really excited about who Jesus is, and then right towards the end, when we're about to leave, a memory just flows into my mind, and a thought just flows into my mind, and the thought was, "Hey, do you remember that something was wrong with him? You prayed. Do you remember?" And I was kind of stunned. I was like, "What?" I mean, I do have a memory of that sort, but what did I pray for? What was wrong with his health? I have no clue. And then I was just standing there as my friend is talking to him. I was not even paying attention to what they were talking about. I was just trying to remember what happened last time. And then another thought just flows in, and that another thought says, "Well, it's something related to his heart. Ask him." I'm like, okay, well, might as well. I mean, I'm curious at this point. And then I say, hey, I have a quick question. How is your health? How's your heart? And he responds. I didn't say anything about the prayer. I did not remind him about the prayer. Just a general question. How is your health? How is your heart? And then he stands up extremely straight, pulls back his shoulders, shows strength in his body, and says, "My heart is great. The doctor says I do not need a surgery. My heart is totally great." When he said that, I was shocked. I was just standing with my jaw up and like, huh? What did you just say? And when I was just standing shocked, that's when my friends started to talk to him again. And then once I kind of bounced back into myself, I go like, did you remember that we prayed to Jesus the last time for your heart? Do you see what Jesus has done? He looked at me with this shocked face. And then we shook hands, we said goodbye, and we left. But what happened to him, to a Muslim man, will forever stay inside of his mind and heart. So, Jesus does answers prayers. He does. I wasn't able to catch it on camera, bro. I'm sorry. You don't have to believe me too. Anyways. So I don't know where you came up with that, but I'll stick to KJV translation any day. Yeah, KJV translation is great. I'm cool with that. But since English is my second language, number one, and the second thing is my second language is today's day language, not 600 years ago language. It'd be easier for me to I guess read the updated English version of KJV. That's it. So that's why I read NKJV. Yeah. This is what any false prophet will do. Any false religion will attempt to remove divinity from Jesus. Only Christians believe in who Jesus is. And guess what? Look. This belief in who Jesus is, look what it results in. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. He who believes in him is not condemned, but he who does not believe is condemned already, because he has not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. So only Christians believe in who Jesus truly is. As a result of that belief, the condemnation is removed. We have everlasting life. So it's actually awesome. Any false religion, they will get extremely close to the Bible. Extremely close to the Bible. Like literally, it could be 99.9% close to the Bible. Like I think the so far to me the greatest deception is like the closest to the Bible truth, but not yet full truth, is from the Mormon side. They're probably around 95% similar with the Bible truth, but 5% has changed. The most obvious one is the Muslim one. It's the most obvious one. The like in the Islam, in the Quran, it says one thing. In the Injil, it says literally opposite, contradictory. So that one is extremely easy to spot. It's the most obvious one. The Book of Mormon, the way they present Jesus, the way they carry themselves, it's a little more It's closer aligned to the Bible. It's closer aligned to the Christian belief. But still, they change who Jesus Christ is as well. They literally change who Jesus Christ is as well. They redefine Jesus Christ. And because they redefine any false religion, redefines who Jesus is, and because they redefine who Jesus is, guess what? They do not believe in the name of the only begotten Son of God. They do not believe. Because what devil would want is this. Sure, obey every single thing that the Bible is telling you. Everything. Obey everything. Everything. But let me change in your mind who Jesus is. And believe in that changed Jesus. And when that happens, John 3:16 just fails. In other words, in a simple term, might be a little straight up term, but that's what happens. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him, in who? In God's only begotten Son. So if a person believes in God's only begotten Son, that person will not perish but have everlasting life. So the devil will sure, he's gonna say obey the Bible in full, but let's change your belief away from God's only begotten Son to whatever, angel, to human, nothing more than a messenger, to whatever else, but just not God's only begotten Son. Thus, keeping a person already condemned. So, but he who does not believe is condemned already, because he has not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. Hey bear, hey buddy bear. KJV is literally a word for word translation. Okay, I haven't looked into that one, but okay. Hadith, lol. Quran confirms the Bible. Jesus is God in Quran. I will look into this one soon, I think. Let's see here. Aha, okay. I see what I see what you're saying in your comments. I see what you're saying in the comments, okay? Oh, no, let's see here. Oh, BBN, awesome. It'd be nice to talk to you again, bro. It would be nice to talk to you again. I actually I got some more examples to show you about the dating aspect. Just one simple example where there's a good reason why it's hard to believe what they say. We got some hard KJV Bible people here. It's fine. Whatever you prefer. As long as yes, there are some edited version by men. Just beware of those. And if you do not know which one it is, just go talk to an average Christian and they will point you to the Bible to read. Average follower of Christ type of Christian, okay? Not the one who looks like the world, acts like the world, and talks like the world. Not that one. But I know. An average follower of Christ means any Christian out there that lives like Christ, that talks like Christ, that does not follow the ways of the world. So just go ask them, and they will let you know what they read. Some of them read ESV. Some people read NLT. Some people read NIV. KJV is more direct than NIV, and NLT is more direct. It's more, it's less watered down. I've seen that too, but the message is not changed. That's the whole point. The message is not changed. The main message is not changed. Isn't it possible that these are different cultures' interpretation of the same entity, feminine? What are the odds they are all this similar across the millennia and thousands of miles? Well, because let's say John studied Greek or whatever Grecos person studied English, and they just translated from Greek to English. The one who studied Greek translated from Greek to English. They shouldn't be different. I mean, those two authors may use slightly different words, but the meaning is not going to change though. So I just do not see how if let's say I'm reading a translation, automatically by default I'm reading a corrupted document. I just don't see how that's valid. If the document would be corrupted, then there would be a lot of people out there screaming, do not read this translation. Why? Because this translation does not translate accurately from Greek to English. It doesn't. So don't read this translation. But we don't have that. And many bilingual people, Greek to English, English to Greek people, they agree. So who am I then to say that, oh, it's corrupted because it's translated? They agree that the point is the same. They agree that Jesus is the only begotten Son of God. In English, look, let me show you how the transliterate uses. It's very interesting. So John. See how the translator, the Greek is what the Greek version is using. Somebody showed me this. I was like, hold on, what? And you'll see why what. Okay, so this is John 3:16. So God the world, so God, so thus indeed God loved the world that the Son, the only begotten, he gave, that everyone believing in him not should perish, but have everlasting life. I mean, you can see that this is literally interlinear. It's very hard to make sense out of it. But let's see here. So the only begotten, right here. Only begotten. Look what the Greek says. Monogene. Monogene. Right here. Monogene in Greek. Only begotten in English. Let's go and see what monogene actually means. Let me see here. Mono. So mono is single, meaning, and gene, meaning. See, mono. The mono means alone, single, one. And gene, it means of a kind, born, produced. Basically, it's the same gene, same kind. So Jesus, according to Greek, is the same kind as the Father, according to Greek. In English, Jesus is the only begotten. So in Greek, it's even more direct that Jesus is God than it is in English. Somebody showed this to me not so long ago on one of the streams. And I go like, oh, you're literally showing me even more direct reference that Jesus is God. Thank you for this. Thank you for this reference. Thank you for this what you just showed me. I really appreciate it because I did not know this before. I never looked into it before, so thank you for showing me this. Why? Because this is one of those powerful nukes that Jesus is God, according to Greek uncorrupted translation. Okay. Yeah, let's see here. What are your thoughts on extraterrestrials? What are my thoughts on it? I think that this extraterrestrial being that folks are talking about right now, it's pretty much the same thing as Superman. Same thing as Batman. It's an interesting story. Don't get me wrong. It's interesting imagination. It's interesting to look at that. Just a dot, some random dot in a black sky, and get a definition that it's an alien ship. I mean, it's interesting. If I'm gonna just draw a dot, a circle, can I define it as anything I want to define because I draw that dot? So, can a random dot be whatever I define it to be? Well, in that case, we can have nice imagination stories like Superman and Batman and such things as that. Oh, let's see here. Game. Let me get you on stage, bro. Give me a moment. Okay. Bro, how you doing? BBN, how are you there?
Oh yeah, okay, I can hear you now. Yeah, I'm doing good, man. What's up?
Yeah, all good too, all good too. It's a good day, as always. God is good. This is what I think, and I'm convinced in it.
Hell yeah,
Oh,
or maybe not that, but yeah.
tell me why I shouldn't be.
Why what?
I shouldn't be convinced that God is good.
Hmm.
It's your specialty. It's your expertise.
Yeah, right. I mean, I'm guessing you mean the Christian God. I don't know. He's for slavery. That's not cool.
A Christian God. Oh, so do you believe in God? And just generally speaking?
No, no. I mean, I'm assuming when you say God, I'm assuming you mean your God, right?
Well, sure. Well, the one and only God. There's no other God but Him. That one, yeah.
Yeah, that's how you feel, but that's how Muslim feels that way, and Krishna, Zeus, all that.
Yeah, I mean, one party is misled. The other party has the truth. So which party has the truth and which party is misled? That's where we compare the scriptures and try to figure out.
Right.
But
What
according
y'all been
to
talking about?
the teachings of Jesus,
Uh-huh.
show me something that you do not agree with in the Gospel of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. What is the number one thing that you do not agree with?
Of Jesus specifically?
Yeah, let's start there. I mean, you do have a lot in the Old Testament. I know. There's a good example. I mean, there's a good explanation for the Old Testament, but let's say we right now live in a New Testament. We are offered New Testament. The testament that actually brings salvation is the new one. So according to the New Testament, the base foundation of a New Testament are the teachings of Jesus. What don't you like? What offends you? What you'd see wrong? What don't you like about his teachings?
Well, one, I would say that, like as you said, a Trinity. So Jesus is God, so the things that I have with the Old Testament's no different than, let's say, it's all one and the same for that matter. So
Yes, I mean I do agree with you, but should we just by default then go back to the Old Testament and stick or and
well,
look at the
technically we're not
document
supposed
that
to be off
doesn't?
of the Old Testament, right?
Well, no. The Old Testament is a history. We shouldn't throw it away. But should we live by the Old Testament when we have the new
Well,
one?
that's what Jesus said.
What do you mean?
He said that. He said, I did not come to abolish, I came to fulfill. He said, not a jot, a tittle will be changed until like earth ends or whatever I forget the phrase, you can look that up, but it's the same shit.
What do you think fulfill means?
Well, that's part of the debate, a big debate. I'm sorry, I'm eating. I just got home from work.
Yeah,
Um,
no problem. Like think about this. There's a word fulfill, and then we see that he started something new. So what would fulfill mean in this context, where something new is getting started right after that?
well, there's two different things. Well, no, there's a few different interpretations. So something he has fulfilled the things. Some think the fulfillment is him returning. So then, therefore, he hasn't returned. So it's really up to you how you feel like what he's saying there. But I think it's pretty clear when he says not a jot or a tittle will be changed until you have to look. I can't remember. It's like till the earth splits or something like that.
Uh,
So he's pretty clear saying that not a jot or a tittle is to be changed until it's all over. So
yes, and I fully agree with you. I fully agree with you. But what did he change?
he didn't change
When
anything.
the what?
That's what he said. He said, "I'm not here to change it."
Okay, so what has been changed?
What do you mean?
Well, if he didn't change anything, and let's say I follow the teachings of Jesus, then what has been changed? Or the
Well,
message is
there's
the
lots
same?
of things changed. I mean, so the new covenant comes from Paul. Well, he's a big part of it anyway. He had direct divisions from Jesus or a God, maybe. I don't know if he said Jesus. He may have just said God, but which made him get rid of like all the the sacrifice, the old the old covenant. Like that's one of the main reasons it started to change. If that's what you're asking.
Okay, so Paul got rid of the sacrifices, not Jesus.
Hold on one second.
Did the disciples of Jesus continue to do sacrifices after Jesus arose from the dead?
Yeah, I'm sure they did because Paul came way after. So
You think
Paul's a big part of the reason that the new covenant is in.
Paul? Well, Paul, he did explain the new covenant a lot, but did Paul actually contradict the teachings of Jesus?
Well, if you go by what he said, yeah,
Like what?
I like the thing we just went over about not a jot or a tittle is to be changed.
Okay, and what did Paul change?
Well, he got rid of the old covenant. He got rid of he changed it at all.
Well, Jesus is the one who look. So according to John, right here, or Matthew, I mean Matthew 26. It's somewhere verse 25, somewhere here. Look, then he took the cup and gave thanks, and gave it to them, saying, "Drink from it, all of you, for this is my blood of the new covenant, which is shed for the remission of sins." So, new covenant. So, Jesus is the one who is actually instituting the new covenant, not Paul. Jesus is introducing, and the new covenant comes through his blood, by the power of his blood, where sacrifices actually stop, because he is that perfect sacrifice. His blood is pure, that is able to remove, wash off, remission of sins. Not like, goats and bulls type of idea. So Jesus is the one who has introduced it.
Where? We're not. I thought you just said John did that.
Uh, Jesus is the one who's saying this. Look, drink from it, all of you, for this is my blood of the new covenant. My blood of the new covenant, which is shed for the remission of sins. So Jesus is the one who's introducing the new covenant.
Well, then it's just a contradiction.
What do you mean?
I mean, he said not a jot or tittle, and then he says he's introducing a new covenant, so he's changing his mind, which seems weird.
Okay, but what's the difference between the covenant? Love God and love your neighbor? It's an Old Testament, it's a new one. It's the same thing. Nothing changed.
Well, they did change things, such as like the clothes, the guards. You couldn't wear certain things, certain stuff together, and the sacrifices. There's a whole bunch of stuff. I don't remember all of them, but all that stuff did change.
Uh, so the things that got changed, those things would not cut off people from the people of God. So let's say all those beard and all those things, they would not get cut off from the people of God. If you do not obey that. That's number one. Number two, like the circumcision, right? Circumcision got removed. But circumcision is only applicable to Abraham and his descendants. It was not given to everybody. It was actually given to Abraham and his descendants. It explicitly says this. So now, me, Russian, what do I have to do with a descendant line of Abraham?
Is that your cool way of telling me you're circumcised?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. You said. I got confused.
I,
But
I,
either
I,
way,
I, I don't have I don't have anything to do with the line of Abraham. Thus, that commandment simply is not applicable to me.
okay, that one thing, sure. But I'm talking. Ultimately, like to me, this is just like a meta talk between the books, so that's fine. I don't mind engaging in it. But to me, like, no, I'm not trying to offend, but to me, this is like or arguing about if someone is truly a Hufflepuff or not. Um, but like, I just think it's like the text is pretty clear. He said not a jot or a tittle is to be changed, and then now it's being changed. So either he changed his mind, which seems weird, or it's a contradiction, or one of these isn't right. Someone's lying. Like maybe Jesus didn't say this or he didn't say that. Seems like the only logical conclusions there.
Well, the remember how God said Himself the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments never got changed. They're still in effect because the Ten Commandments is literally
Well, there's actually way more than Ten Commandments.
well, the moral law of God is the Ten Commandments. Now all those small rules and regulations, they were given to the Jews. It was explicitly given to the Jews. The old covenant is the covenant between the Jews and God. That's the old covenant. So like me as a Gentile, that covenant is not for me to start with. So thus I go through the new covenant, because new covenant is for whosoever believes. So it's not like there has been a change. It's just like some of the things that are in the old covenant, they are to the Jews, to the descendant of Abraham. They're not really applicable to me, but the moral law in itself, the Ten Commandments, as such, it's applicable to me. But like, circumcision, it's not applicable to me. Because if I'm not circumcised, I'm not going to be part of Israelites. Well, I'm not, because I'm a Gentile. I'm not part of them to start with. So that's not applicable to me. It's only applicable to them. And if you look at the old covenant, the whole old covenant is applicable only to them. But the moral law of the old covenant, the Ten Commandments, is applicable to all. And the moral law, the Ten Commandments, they didn't get changed in the New Testament. Jesus didn't change them. Nobody changed them.
Well, the commandments, there's way more than 10. There's like 100 and something, and they do get
Well,
like
well,
there's like a few of them that are like like I'm sure always there, but they do get jostled around a lot. It's not always 10 either. So
well, what I was saying is those extra 600, they're applicable to the Jews only. They're not for me, because I'm a Gentile. I'm not of the nation of Israel, whom God has um, made the covenant with, the old covenant. I'm part of the new covenant. I'm a Gentile, and so are you.
What's a Gentile?
Huh?
What is a Gentile?
Yeah, you're a Gentile. You're
And
not.
what is it?
You're not of the exceptional race, the Jews.
Oh, hey, you know.
Now, I'm not of the exceptional race, the Jews. But that was the exceptional race was only applicable in the old covenant. In the new covenant, the exceptional race got erased. So see
All
how
right.
new covenant is actually great because of what Jesus has done?
Um, maybe.
Like the division, the barrier between exceptionalism and everybody else got erased. Everybody's equal, everybody's the same. In the eyes of God. All you have to do is just believe in what God has done through his son. That's it, as simple as that. So see how good God is? See how good this new covenant is?
Um, well, one thing I would say to that, why is it like, why did it have to go through like several changes? Why wasn't it just right away?
Well, because it took time. It looks like it took time for people really deny the old covenant to the point of crucifying God's own son. So, that's when God has introduced a new covenant. When people denied the old covenant to the point of crucifying his own son. At
Yeah,
first,
no.
look, at first
Go
when
on.
they rebelled against God, the Jews, the massive rebellion, what he did is he drove them out of Jerusalem. Jerusalem was destroyed. He drove them into the land of Babylon for 70 years, hoping that they will recognize, they will realize that going against God will cause them to lose everything that God has given them. But they didn't realize why, because about what 600 years later or so, Jesus comes, God's own son, and they kill him. So the exceptionalism was over from that point on. Everybody's the same now.
Yeah, but why did it like? Why wasn't it just like we've established this last time? You agreed that he's like he knows everything, past, future, present. Why? Like why? I don't understand the whole rigmarole. Why is it going through that?
Because to develop proper understanding and proper view of how things actually unfolded, time is required.
Why?
And time was required to show to everyone that we cannot get to God. We cannot achieve God. We cannot achieve to be in perfect standing with God. All of us have sinned, and we do not have self-control. So time was needed for all of us to see this. And once time played itself out, that's when Jesus came and he said, "Now I am the way, the truth, and the life."
Yeah, I mean those are things that are in the Bible for sure.
But it makes sense too. Like let's say if everything would happen instantly, if everything would happen within 100 years or so, well, people would be able to boast like, "Hey, I didn't get a chance. I can." But like here and how time has played out, we actually can see that God's own chosen people, they're supposed to be better than the Gentiles. They're supposed to be. They have the knowledge of God. They have the goodness of God. They're supposed to be better than the Gentiles. They hate God to the point of killing his only begotten son. So now, if God's own chosen people that are supposed to be by default better than the Gentiles act like that, then guess what? All of us are on the same page. We would have done the same thing if Jesus would have come to the land of the Gentiles too. It's
Yeah,
just human beings in general. We for some reason, this is what I don't get. God is good. Why do people hate God? Why do people hate that what is good? Why?
I don't hate God.
No, I'm just in general. Me, I remember myself 2014. Bro, I literally hated God. Like anyone would say God to me, It's like I would get super offended. I'm like, blah blah blah. I don't want to talk to you. Get away from me. Like I was literally this much hating God. Why? God offers peace, joy, love, and kindness. And we all understand that if all societies was to perfectly follow the Ten Commandments, the moral law of God, this would be literally heaven on earth. No crime, no issues, no trouble. But because we hate
I
God,
mean,
we
yeah, but
rebel
that's kind
against
of
Him.
a. Well, I don't hate him. I don't believe in him. So I don't. I can't. I don't hate Darth Vader either because I don't. He's not to me. He's not a real thing. So I don't. I can't have hate for something that I don't believe to be real. Um, do I hate what some people do with religion? But yeah, but that has not. Once again, that has nothing to do with like even if God was real, that would have nothing to do with God. That's just an individual, like exploiting people. Um, so, but um, with that being said, let me ask you real quick because we're kind of on the a subject. I need a maybe I can get an answer for this. So, how do you feel about other religions? Do you just feel like you don't obviously you don't believe it, you believe in your religion, but like not the Abrahamic, like you can use them too, but any of them, like you know, um, like Zeus, Zeus and them. They used to. Right now we look at that as mythology, but that was a real thing back in the day. So but you don't believe in that, right? You don't believe Zeus is real, right?
Well, two things. Religion has to be logical, and it has to show sign of reality. Now, Zeus, was it logical? I do not know. But did it show sign of reality? Zero. You call upon Zeus, what will Zeus do? Nothing. You call upon Baal, what will Baal do? Nothing. So if religion is logical and it shows signs of reality that it's real, then that's the true one. So let's say
Okay.
Islam. Islam, is it logical? No, it fails. Islam fails in logic extremely a lot. Like Islam literally self contradicts Muhammad because he was not able to read. Because of simple fact that he was not able to read, he created dilemma to his followers. So he literally stripped them of logic. And you've seen when we spoke to a Muslim, it's like, bro, we're not trying to make your religion look bad. Your own text makes your religion look bad. We don't have to do it. We just read what your text says, and it makes your religion look bad. So, Muslim, the Islam is just illogical. Illogical. The Hinduism, all those Buddha and everything else. Yes, they might have a little more logic than Islam because they have its own mythological story of their own, but they just show no sign of reality, though. But like the Christianity, we see that there are signs of reality. The God really did act in miraculous ways throughout the history.
Yeah, I feel you. Really quick, I meant to ask this earlier because are you hearing me all right, by the way?
Yes, sir. I actually
Okay.
hear you very well.
Okay, cool. I got my headset, my earbuds, so I never know what people can hear. But yeah, so really quick, because we were talking about this earlier, like I just want to come to a quick understanding of like what atheism is. Um, we're on the same page here. Like atheism just simply says, I don't believe in God because I have no good reason to. There's no good evidence. But it doesn't, it's no more or less than that. It's not really necessarily a worldview. You know what I mean? So, like, are we cool with that? Like, you understand like that part about atheism?
I do, but I really also do think it turns into a worldview after that. It doesn't stop there.
Well, it simply answers that. That's the only thing it does. What people do with it after that has nothing. That's just people being people. But it's just that's the thing I want to get through and make sure to be very clear is it only means that. It doesn't mean that therefore evil is not real and I don't believe in this, or I'm just trying to throw things out and like I don't believe in the concept of evil. But I'm saying like Like it doesn't mean like I'm an atheist, so that means I can murder people. Like that doesn't mean it only means just the simple. I don't. There's no good evidence for a God.
O- Okay. I mean, one of the good evidence for God is His Ten Commandments are written on all of our hearts, and it looks like it's
My
it
phone's breaking
looks
up.
like,
Go ahead.
and it looks like it's written on your heart too, bro.
Give me one. Um, no. Here's the big problem with the Ten Commandments. There's nothing original about the Ten Commandments. Like, you realize that cultures existed long before Christianity. Like, and we wrote like many cultures wrote these same type of rules down.
Mm-hmm. And where
So
do they come from?
where do they come from? The societal, like living and learning.
Yeah, but why do every society come to the same conclusion that, let's say, murder is bad after they experience um, murder within their society? Why do they come to a conclusion that it's bad?
That's simple because things are not progressing. People are losing. They're always at war. There's many reasons why murder is bad. It has nothing to do with like some type of metaphysical. It's like it's clearly like they keep realizing this isn't benefiting us.
Yes, that's one of the reasons, or the simple reason is we see the results of murder, and we start to agree with God written instinct inside of our heart that yes, murder is actually bad. Let's cancel that. Same
So
thing
you're
with
saying
adultery.
those people that felt that they were, even though they were talking about a completely different God, and some of them, not all of them had gods, not everyone. Like there's religions before Christianity that were, atheistic in nature in the sense of like they didn't really worship anything, and they came to the same conclusions. Like it just seems like it's pretty obvious why we come to these conclusions. They benefit. We start realizing, okay, I don't kill them, they don't kill me, my family doesn't die, we all prosper and live. It doesn't, it's not, it seems just as utilitarian as anything else.
Uh, See, even if we were to, like, let's say, if I were to, hey, you read the Genesis, you read the book of Genesis, right?
Yep.
You probably have a lot of times. Okay, so in the book of Genesis, think about this. Why did God's spirit strive with men in Genesis 6? Why? I mean, men, they did not have the rules and the Ten Commandments. They did not have all those laws that came in Torah. They didn't have any of those things. So, what was the basis of the striving? What did men do so that the Spirit of God actually decided to execute such harsh judgment?
I'm not sure what you're driving at.
Well, basically, what I personally think is they still understood that, let's say, murder is bad, murder is evil. They had that written on their heart. When Cain killed Abel, I think the parents of Abel, and the parents of Cain, they did not like the way it feels. They did not like the way murder feels, and people over time, they started to gain the understanding that murder is evil. We should not continue to do it, but for some reason they didn't stop. They continued to murder. And also Lamech, in Genesis, I think chapter 5 or chapter 4, he takes on a second wife. He has introduced a polygamy to God's perfect planet as well. So like in essence, God was striving against evil that is pre-written on man's heart, even though they do not have any commandments. So the reality of God is actually the commandments of God that are written on man's heart right from the beginning. Why? Because we are all made in the image of God.
Okay, yeah. What I would say to that is that once again, it still like doesn't really address how the people before the even your religion came around had similar rules. Like if anything, the Christian religion and the Jude. I mean, technically it's Judaism, just a little bit older, but uh, like they have the same rules. Like before that, like they're getting them. It's like they're either getting them or coming to the same conclusion. But the point is, all this happened before. So why isn't the gods that came up with this before Christianity? Why aren't they the real gods? Like I don't really understand what you're saying here.
Well, because there's only one true God, and if across the board, everywhere across the board, people from different nations are realizing that, let's say, murder is bad, and God and the commandments of God are written on our hearts, then it's not gonna be, let's say, that God specifically. We need to seek what is that one true God that actually shows a reality of Himself on our planet. So that's why people from across the nations were drawn to the land of Israel. Why? Because they saw that something special was going on over there.
Okay, and let me ask you this: um, if murdering is so bad, like we've seen, like we've been, I know you've asked this question. We even kind of touched on it in the last time we talked. It's like, and we clarified that God murders pretty like a lot. Why is it okay for him to do it? Is it just because he's God?
Um, Judge is authorized to pull such strings. Normal citizens aren't.
Yeah, but why?
For the sake of good of our society. So before the flood, society was murderous. Society was adulterous. Do you think that's good for our society? I don't think so. After the
It's
flood,
still like that.
hold on. After the flood, right after the reset, the society became as righteous as it gets.
Okay, so what? It didn't hold up. It didn't.
Yes, because we all have freedom to choose, and sin is literally at the door of our hearts, trying to take control over us and destroy the world again. Sure, it didn't hold up.
Then what was the point of flooding everything and killing everyone if he was just going to do it again?
Well, he said that he's not gonna do it again. He hasn't done it since. But the point
No, I'm
is to
saying why would
show,
the point if everyone did it again? I'm saying if everyone did what he was getting rid of, what was the point of doing it in the first place?
because society was so bad that God's cup of wrath was spilling over, and the judge had to act. Judge had to put an end to what's going on. Same thing with with Sodom and Gomorrah. Once an outcry to God was so great because of what those people were doing, God sends His two angels to double check. Well, God knew already, but to double check, to verify, to literally have proof, to have evidence on Himself. So he goes over there. He gets the evidence he needs. I mean, people of the city wanted to rape the angels. That's how perverted and evil that nation was. And God erases them from our planet for the sake of our good. Only righteous judge is able to do this. And I'm
I
thankful
get
to
that. I
God
just
that
don't
He's
buy it.
doing it, actually.
I just don't buy that. That's my problem. Like, it
Why?
sounds
Why?
insane.
Why don't you buy it? Give
Because
me a
one,
good
it's just
reason. Why?
one is just super egotistical to think that God would like care about us in that way. If he's in like, it's so crazy. Like to care like that we touch our wieners. You know what I mean? It's like that's so crazy that we
No,
want to put.
no, people are getting
That,
raped. The bypassers are getting raped, not touching
well,
the
then why don't
wieners.
he make a rule like don't rape people?
It's there. It's just
Oh well, yeah, show it to me.
I mean before it was the time of Sodom and Gomorrah. It wasn't there, but it's written on our hearts. I mean, people were out
No,
crying to
that's
God.
not a thing. I'm talking about show me in the Bible, like where it says that.
But people were crying to God. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me do.
Show me where. Now I want God to say just how He says, "Do not murder." I want Him to say, "Do not rape." Where does He say that? Shall we read the story about? I can't give you the freaking verse because I can't tell you, but where it tells you like how you could like if a guy rapes your daughter, that then he can marry her, like that whole thing. Like, why is that even in there? Like,
Let me see here. Hold on. I know it's there. I do not know off the top of my head. I do not carry all the references, but I know that I
Yeah, I
read
know.
them.
I forget a lot.
Even even
I got
even
notes, but I can't access my notes.
even Romans 1. Have you looked over Romans 1 at the end of the chapter?
I've looked over everything in there. Don't remember all of them, so probably.
Okay, so let's see. Let's just start. Or is it? Let's start from verse 18. So, for the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men, who suppress the truth in unrighteousness, because what may be known of God is manifest in them, for God has shown it to them. For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse, because although they knew God, they did not glorify him as God, nor were thankful, but became futile in their thoughts, and their foolish hearts were darkened. Possessing to be wise, they became fools, and changed the glory of the incorruptible God into the image made like corruptible men, and the birds and four-footed animals and creeping things. Therefore, God, this is going to get interesting here. Therefore, God also gave them up to uncleanness in the lusts of their hearts, to dishonor their bodies among themselves, who exchanged the truth of God for the lie, and worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this reason, God gave them up to vile passions. For even their women exchanged the natural use for what is against nature. Likewise, also, men, leaving natural use of woman, burned in their lust for one another, men with men, committing what is shameful, and receiving in themselves a penalty of their error which was due. What is that penalty in today's day? AIDS?
AIDS?
Well, yeah, doesn't, same sex suffer with spreading AIDS?
Anyone can get AIDS, but
I
yes, there is a I guess you could see a higher issue of HIV and things like that, and the more specifically the gay men or any they could be anything, but I mean like but it's not because it's not like one it's not a curse, it's just a disease, and there's the reason that it's predominant with once again, well, it's really not even that predominant per se more than with gay people because like lots of straight people have gotten AIDS and died. They just don't, like Easy E, Tommy Morrison. I mean, obviously the one guy he didn't die, but the basketball player somehow I think if you're rich enough, AIDS isn't even a problem apparently. It's like, but yeah, I don't. I mean, that's not a. That's just a disease that, for whatever reason, is striking those people slightly more than other people, but it's affecting other people too. So
Well, he's not throwing fireballs from heaven down on their heads anymore. So, he came
well,
up with
that's bad
something
to be
else.
doing that anyway, because it's like it's
Why?
not. It's what's so wrong with being gay? There's zero wrong with being gay. Biologically, we know there's zero. There's nothing. There's gay has been around since anything has been around. Since there's been humans, they've been gay by whatever humans. There's been trans people since there's been humans. We see
It's counter
this type
nature.
of
It's counter
what's that?
nature. It's counter nature.
What's counter
We
nature?
were not created in that way. And
We weren't created.
the number one destruction of gayness is God said to multiply and fill the earth.
Yeah. Okay, but
Now,
let me
if we
ask you
have
this.
gays all over the place, we'll literally disobey God at His
But
first
let me ask you
commandments.
this. Do you recognize that the amount of gay people that are now that like the difference is like there's pretty much the same amount, if not less, gay people. There used to be more gay people because it was more accepting, like in Roman time. Like this whole concept is way newer than you think. Like this whole idea of like being gay is such a big deal. That actually comes a lot from Christianity. But you would at least admit that like being gay has been around, right?
Yeah,
Forever.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. I mean,
okay,
Sodom and Gomorrah got burned because of being
sure,
gay.
but I'm at, but like, yeah. That's fine. But I'm talking about like actual history.
That
Like
is actually
we
history.
that is not actual history.
Abraham is actually history.
what is?
Abraham, he is actually history.
I don't know about Abraham, but Sodom and Gomorrah being uh, fire. If that's even, if it was, I don't even know if that was a real place. Probably not. But even if it was, it wasn't hellfired by like God. That's not a thing. Like none of that. But that's beside. We get into that in a second. But my point being is like gay has existed forever. It's never not been with us. If it was an issue, how have we kept multiplying? It's not because people have um, told us to not do it and like we decided to have babies. It's because people are going to have babies, brother. And gay people have babies. They just don't have babies together. It's like it's like they don't have well, you know what I mean? With like say because that's not you're right. But nowhere in science does it say that. Nowhere in science does it say that two men and two women together can have children. That we don't believe that, so that's not a. It's if it was an issue, it would have been an issue. We would we don't. There's more gay people now at this pretend time there's been in the last X amount of time because of acceptance. That's the only reason those gay people were there before. It's just the same thing with autism rates. You know, it's like the diagnosis has gotten better, the acceptance has gotten better. It's like the numbers are really not as fluctuated. They seem like they're higher, but they're kind of really the same. They're just more open. The point is, it's weird to care about that because it's clearly not getting in the way of anything because we still have plenty of people. In fact, you know, like some people argue we're overpopulated, some are underpopulated, but that has nothing to do with gay people either way. It's like,
Well, it if we would accept it even more widely, it would cause even more issues. So the
it
more
wouldn't. It
the
hasn't.
more
It's
the
not
more
causing any issues.
it,
There are no issues being
the
caused by it.
more we accept it and the more we move it amongst people and the more people participate in this destructive behavior, the more
It's
issues it
not
will come
destructive.
to
What are
the
you talking
next.
about? Gay people are just people.
The more issues it will cause the next
It's
generation.
not causing any issues. The only issues is it's causing is for the gay people. Let me ask you something. Can
The
you
next
be
generation.
evicted? Can you be evicted from where you live right now for because you're straight?
No, and I do not believe that they should be evicted because they're gay. I,
No,
I
I'm
would
not
go
asking
against
you.
that.
I'm not asking you to believe it or not. I'm just saying that that is a thing. That like it's not really against it's trans people. That is there's literal rule like laws that have been coming into place now because of certain administrations. We will not say their names, but that they didn't have this problem before, but now they are here, and that literally it's over 20 different states in America. That's almost half, if not half, depending on what the exact number is, where a person can be like, no, you can't live here because you're trans. That's no different than being like, you can't live here because you're black or you're. That's literally a prejudice. That's like that's insane. These people just won't. They're people. They're all just humans, and you guys claim to love them, but you don't. But you like want them to suffer in these ways. They're not hurting anyone. They're show me. There's no real person hurting anyone that has to do because they're trans or gay. I'm sure there has been gay and trans people that have hurt people, but it's not because they're gay and trans. Just like you, where are you from?
I'm Russian.
Russian, right? Yeah, you don't think there's some stigmatism about Russians?
I do understand what you're saying, and bro, I support you on that idea. I do not believe in treating a person in a different way because they're straight or gay. This is not what I'm saying.
You just said some very
I'm
mean things
saying
about them.
I'm saying the gay behavior is destructive to the next generation, isn't it?
What behavior are you talking about? What do you
Gay
mean gay
behavior,
behavior?
gay perspective. The gay perspective is, doing same sex. What happens to the next generation? We have so much more less people as a result of
No,
that.
if that was true, we would already see those results. People have always been gay.
They have been. So let's say if let's say if in today's day, if half of our population would be gay, it would not be beneficial for the next generation versus
But
if
that's not the
only ten
numbers. We see
percent
the numbers.
only if
But it
ten
doesn't matter.
percent are gay.
What do you mean beneficial? Like because like the thing is, it's like it's not hurting anyone. Being gay, but and once again, I have to clarify this: gay people have children. They just don't have children with each other. Literally, they get other people pregnant and have babies, just as if they were their wives or their girlfriends. It's like they adopt babies. I know that that's not literal having baby, but that's giving a baby. They got to adopt a boy or girl, and maybe guess what? That boy or girl more than likely will be straight and maybe have a baby themselves. Or do what they did. I was like, there's no real numbers saying that this is declining and it's a boogeyman. There's not like
Usual logic, bro. Usual logic. What's better? What's better for the next generation? If we have 60% of our population gay, or if we have only 10% of our population gay, what's better? So the higher the number is better, or the lower the number is better for the next generation.
well, once again, it's not a matter of like better because we've already established that being gay doesn't mean that people stop having sex with each other and stop having babies. Two, it's just if that's what
They're
people
not
want to
able
do,
to.
there no gay people like literal same sex or not, but I just told you how they have babies. If there's no difference between you meeting your wife and having a baby or two husbands meeting a woman and impregnating her to have their baby. There's no difference in that. And gay people are doing that all the time. And once again, they're also adopting people, which means that that person will grow up and then have children of their own. So there's no where are gay people stopping the production of people. There's no number. We literally have numbers. And obviously, it's not like we can know exactly how many gay and straight people there are, but we have plenty of numbers to go off of to know that it's not affecting anything. No, we're not slowing. We've never slowed down. We've always been gay. So it's like
It's not affecting because the numbers are small. It would be affecting if the
they've
numbers would be
always,
huge.
yeah, they've been this way for. But okay, well, that's first of all, and once again, that's not necessarily true because once again, just because a lot of people are gay, don't mean that they're not having children. That just means that they're not in straight couple. Like,
Yeah, I
imagine,
hear
I
what you're
want you, I'll
saying,
give you,
but there
well,
is
let
a
me give
side
you a simple
effect.
number. Now, let me give you a simple numbers. Let's say there's 20 people on the whole earth, right? Okay, and 10 of them are boys, 10 of them are girls, and they're all gay. Well, guess what? They can just have sex with each other and have babies and raise families. It's the same thing as if they were to just split and just go boy, girl. There's no difference there. And that's exactly what's happening in humanity. It doesn't matter what number you make of someone being gay and straight, or excuse me, gay. It's like it's not going to decline. We already know that. We see the numbers.
The more gay people borrow from the straights, sure, the
There's
less
no
of
borrowing.
borrowing. If they borrow a human, that's borrowing from the straight.
They're not
If they
borrowing anything. They're having a baby.
if they if again, if a man impregnates a woman, that's borrowing from the straight. That's a straight way. That's a straight way.
There's
So they're
no. That's
borrowing
not
from
how
a straight
things are
way.
seen. They're
Now,
not borrowing. That's
if they
how babies are
adopt,
made. No one is confused about that.
obviously who made the baby? The straight way. So they borrow from the straight way. So yes,
It's
if the
not
gay,
borrowing. There's no borrowing there. I like. Do you not? I just gave you a perfect example of numbers. Like it doesn't matter how many people are gay and how many people are straight.
it
It
does.
matters
It
about the.
does.
No, it doesn't
It does by a
because if
lot.
it did, we would see it. We would see it.
Because look, if there would
Do
be
you realize how gay Rome was? Do you realize how gay Rome was?
if there would be majority gay, there would be less borrowing from the straight. There would be a lot of issues
No, that
with
people
that.
still want to have families. People still want to have families, and they do. The
They
woman would want to have a baby. The man would they want to have babies. People still want to have families all the time.
Sure, but less borrowing from the straight, it means less
There's no
opportunity.
borrowing. That's just
Borrowing.
biology. You're
Yes.
implying that like gay people think like some type of magic about like anything. We understand biology. There's no borrowing. Like I've already explained this too. There's no difference in you meeting your wife and having a baby and a gay couple deciding to have a baby with a woman.
There
It's just
is. My way is the straight way. The gay way, as you described, they are borrowing from the straight way. So now, if
what
they
do you
would
mean
be
by borrow? You got to explain to me by borrowing. 'Cause I don't know what you're
borrowing,
getting
so
at.
like let's say a full gay way is two of the same sex. That's full gay way.
But it doesn't. But
If
first of all,
they
there's
if
no
they
gay way.
if they introduce a straight way in it, it's no longer full gay way. It's borrowing from the straight way. So now, if they
What do
keep
you
on
mean a way? I don't understand what you're saying.
okay, so a gay perspective is two men, right? It's
I
two
don't
men.
know what you mean by perspective.
The second a gay dude goes into a human, well, that's a straight way. That's what the straight people do.
I mean, they don't have to necessarily have the baby literally, that they do, artificial insemination, but it's like what they do with their semen. But I get what you're saying. But
But they
like,
borrow.
you're just talking. It's not borrowing. I don't know what you mean. I mean, unless you mean it in like the most colloquial way,
The most
like
obvious
I
way.
don't know.
There's two ways: gay way and a straight way. Each time,
But what do you mean a way though? I don't understand what you mean a
perspective,
way. Is that
line
you
of
just
thinking, perspective, line of thinking,
sure? But
preferences.
there is no, there's no line of the only the only line of thinking for a gay person is that I like the same sex. That's not. It's not. It doesn't go beyond that. It doesn't like. It's not like they're like, like, okay, I'm gonna get. I'm a man. I like this man. I'm gonna get with this man, and then we're gonna try to have a baby with each other. And if it doesn't work, then we'll go borrow a baby from a lady. That's not.
That's what they
That's
do
not
because
how
it doesn't work. That's what they by
they
default do
don't think
because
it's
it
gonna
doesn't.
work. But that's not that. Like no one thinks that that's gonna work. It's not because that's not biology. I don't know.
I know. So because it's not gonna work, they have to resort to borrowing.
Humans are and our humans are. Like we're not
Like
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 these
like
weird
gay people are
creatures. But
hypocritical. Gay people are hypocritical.
what? What
They
way?
in what way? Because basically they preach gay same sex, and then when they come to the end, when they cannot make a baby, they go and borrow from a straight way because
But
they
they
cannot
never
make a
thought that
baby.
they were going to
So
make a
they're
baby.
literally
So you're implying a
hypocritical.
very weird thing. They're not hypocritical, and by the only thing most gay people are saying is like, I'm a human, leave me alone. That's what they're all mostly saying. So I don't know what you mean by
And they should be
like
left alone, and they should leave
yeah,
the rest of the population alone.
I don't know what you mean by that. Like it's just very it's
What?
very like it's bigoted. It's weird. It's like because you seem
Okay,
like a nice guy.
is there such no look logically, is there such a thing as a straight March? Is there such a thing as a straight month? Is there?
Well, one would
Why
argue
is there a Pride
the other
month?
11 months because this is ironically because of conversations just like this. It's because they want people to become aware of them so they can understand that they exist, so you can leave them alone and not treat them in such a weird way.
They're not allowing us to leave them alone if they're shoving
What do you mean
themselves.
allowing?
They're not allowing us to leave them alone if they're shoving themselves in our face.
It's just a thing. It's just a pride thing. Like I don't understand. Like it's the whole thing is made for awareness. It's the same thing as a Black History Month or like it's just an awareness thing
There's no straight
because
awareness.
well, that's because straight people don't have things written into contracts to prevent them from renting places.
What?
Do you understand that? We already made the thing. Like there are rules about trans people. They're not allowed to rent apartments or they can be evicted because they are trans. In over 20 states, that almost I said this earlier. If you didn't hear me, I'm sorry. So that's why there's a march. That's why there's a month because there's nowhere in any contract does it say you can be evicted for being a straight man, a cis man, whatever word you want to use. That's why there's a march. That's why there's a Black History Month because black people in this country were slaves and then they got set free. But it wasn't like, all right, we're cool now. You know what I mean? It was like, hey, let's continue to repress them and use their slave labor because they don't have nowhere else to go. And that evolved to us pushing them in very low, bad areas. Well, they weren't necessarily they were bad because we pushed them and wouldn't let them barter and trade with us. I mean, I'm sure you know the history. But my point being is like that's why these things exist.
But see, there's a big difference between black people and gay people. The difference is huge. Black people never shoved themselves in our faces. Gay people do, and Muslims do as well. They literally shoved themselves in our faces.
You're just talking about a loud person. There's Christians that do what you're doing. You're talking about. You're just talking about a loud individual in a group. As a
Like
whole,
like
these
like let's
people
say
are not doing that.
why do I need to know that your partner is man? I'm not going around and telling you that my partner is woman. I'm not saying this. I'm not acting like that. I'm just doing, let's say, business with you. I'm just talking with you on whatever. But I'm not out there. It's like, hey guys, my partner is a woman. My partner is
Well,
a woman.
I
Why
made
are they
this point
shoving
already.
themselves in our face by saying,
What do you mean
hey
by
guys,
shoving? Because
gay,
I'm
gay,
never
gay,
even saying
gay,
gay
gay,
pride.
gay?
What are you talking about? And well, once again, I just made this point. I'll make it again because there's literal laws preventing them from renting housing. Would you like to be evicted because you're Russian
No, no, bro.
or
Look, look,
white
look,
or?
look, look. If they're
No,
not
no,
shoving,
no.
if
You
they're
look.
not
Think
shoving,
about that.
if they're not
No,
shoving
think about that
themselves
for a
in
second. No,
anybody's
no.
face, if they're not
Please
shoving
grapple
themselves,
with what I'm saying. Think about that for
I
just a second.
do, I do. Listen,
Well,
listen.
then agree that that's
No,
not right, and that makes sense because that's the only logical way to go.
no, 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 no. I cannot agree because there's a big difference that you do not see. I'm a Russian. I don't go around and actually filling up on my applications. I'm a Russian. I don't go around and advertising to my neighbor that I'm a Russian. Sure, if people ask me where I'm
That
from,
means nothing.
I'll
I
let
just
them
want to be
know.
honest with you, brother. That means nothing. Like what you're
But
saying is like
that's
it's an
literally
awareness thing.
that's literally
If you just don't like advertisement. That's
I
your problem.
I
It's like that.
bro,
That
bro,
doesn't mean anything.
bro, I don't really care. I don't need an awareness that somebody's gay. I don't need that awareness.
I don't. It
It
doesn't.
doesn't do me
You live
any
in a
good or
world. This
bad.
isn't your world. This isn't your world, brother. It's the whole world.
But what's the
And they're
point
making
of that awareness? What's the point?
because so you can understand they are normal people. Please stop making
Oh,
laws that prevent them from living places. Do
oh,
you not understand that?
yes, same thing, same thing. Let's say with Muslims, when they shove their own weird things in our faces, we tend to push back. So now,
If you're talking about religion,
if
that's a
a gay
different thing.
person, no, it's the same thing. The concept is the
No, it
same.
isn't because
If a
if that
person,
Muslim person if that Muslim person is shoving in your face, hey, let me be Muslim, that would be one thing. But if he's shoving in your face, like I'm Muslim, you should be Muslim. That's not what gay people are saying. And if you're saying they're saying that, you're
what if there would be, let's say, a Muslim month in United States?
I mean, if there was a religious month where all religions were celebrated, I could get down with that, sure.
So you'd be okay with, let's say, having a Muslim month. You'd be okay with whatever
A
months out there.
religious month for all religions. All besides, I guess, Christianity, and maybe including them too. But you know what I mean.
Okay, so
Because like
why do we have what, June as a gay month, and
it's
not all inclusive. Let's say
it is it is it is
no, the streets are not there.
the what
The streets are not there. They're not part of that
the
celebration.
streets.
Yeah, straight. Me, straight. I'm not
Oh, the
part of that
streets.
celebrate part of
You
that
can be a
celebration.
part of it. What are you talking about? You can absolutely be a part of it.
No, I'm excluded. There's no such a thing as
You
a
can be
straight.
there
It's LGBTQ blah 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 blah. But there's
because
no
that's the
there's
difference.
there's
The
no
reason there's a
S.
Black History
There's
Month.
no S for straight.
Because it's the thing separate from that. It's the thing that's the inclusive thing. The reason there's a Black History Month is because Black people specifically are targeted. So like it's to me awareness so you can understand these people exist. You should respect them. That's all it simply is.
If they would ask, if they would walk around quietly, not announcing to anyone that I'm gay,
What private?
not
You're in
shoving it
California.
not shoving it into our school. I mean, you do your
What
section.
school are you talking about?
You do. I'm from California, bro. I'm a parent.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
wife looked
That's
through
once
the
again, that's
curriculum.
just
It's
history.
disgusting.
It's just,
What
no,
is
it
it?
isn't.
I'm from California. You're from Tennessee. Difference in
No, I know
curriculum
all
is
about
huge.
California.
Are you
Yeah,
sure?
I know it's different. I'm aware of the difference. What is so gross? You think gay people in general are gross, so of course you
No.
think
Okay.
anything.
Okay. Why do we need to teach? Why do we need to have a common public education of gay being promoted at 6 years old? Why? Why do we need that?
It's not being promoted. It's being to understand. It's the same thing. You seem to really not understand. Like these people are being oppressed. They've been kicked out of the military now. Like they can't rent housing. The fact that you don't understand that and sympathize with that is a
No,
little
no,
gross,
no.
brother.
What I'm trying to say is what if they would just keep it to themselves? We do not need to know
What do you
their
mean keep it
sexual
to themselves?
preferences. We don't need.
You
We
have
don't.
to let people know things exist. If not, they're going to be rebellious against them. They're
No,
going to be mean towards them.
no. Me myself. I don't care if a person is gay. I personally
Well,
do
then
not
let them
care.
be gay. Let them rent
I
a home.
don't. I don't care on that. I really do not care. I do not care
You do
if
care.
they're.
You called them gross.
I. They are destructive to our
They're
society.
not. No,
Sure.
they have this. Hey, you've proven nothing. Show me something that proves that they're
Okay.
actually destructive.
The gay behavior, dude.
What's the gay behavior?
The next generation
We've
ceases
already
to
accepted.
exist.
You proved nothing that was even. You proved that that's not going to happen. You haven't said anything. In fact, the data is against you on that. You can look that up. People have been
because
gay forever.
the
If that was going to happen, that would happen.
because the numbers are low. If the
And
numbers
we,
are
I've already
low, if
established
the
it doesn't matter
numbers
if
are
the numbers are
low,
high. It
if the
doesn't matter if
numbers
the
are
numbers are high.
low, yeah, it
But
does.
by the way,
If the numbers
it
are
doesn't.
low,
We've
there's a
already
lot more
established
borrowing. There's a lot more
it
chances to
doesn't
borrow.
matter. There's still
If
people.
the
They're still
numbers
having
are
children, brother.
high, bro, if the numbers are high, there's a lot less
Still having
chances of
children.
borrowing.
First of all, there's no borrowing. You're making a thing up. That's not a thing.
It is.
That's just
Like,
a
let's
thing that
say,
you are
okay,
saying. It's nowhere in the world of
okay,
biology and science does that exist.
would a lesbian woman sleep with a gay man? She's lesbian.
Would they do it? I
She's
don't even have
lesbian.
to ask them if they. You have to ask them what they would
Well,
do.
well,
That's a
well, well.
leading question.
If they don't see, if there's a lot more of that behavior, it's a lot. There's going to be dangerous to the next generation. Less people on Earth, not more, less.
How? That's not true because that would have already happened, brother. You keep saying the same thing, and I keep saying the same thing. Except mine's backed up by data.
Yes, and mine is backed up by a logic where their number is low, so
Data
their
is better
number,
than using a
so
lot.
their
Data is logic. What are
they
you talking about?
data
It's
is
logic
logic.
and data.
Yes, I agree with you. But the thing is, look at the data and apply logic to the data. Then,
Yeah,
now
and
if they're
we have, and it shows that you are wrong.
because their numbers are low.
No,
If the numbers were to
no,
rise to 90%,
nope,
I would be as correct as it gets.
nope. You wouldn't.
Yes, I would be.
I already gave you the example, brother.
If
There's
the
20
higher the
people in the whole
number,
world. Now, 20 people in the whole world. 10 of them are women. 10 of them are men. They're all 10 are lesbian. All 10 are gay. That's 100% gay. Okay.
yes.
Guess what? They have babies, and the world's keep
Oh,
going.
they do. So basically,
Yeah.
you're saying that lesbian woman would become unlesbian and allow gay men to go with them. I mean, aren't they lesbian
Go with them.
because they try to stay away from men? Isn't that's why
No.
they're
What?
lesbian?
Well, no, they're lesbian because they're not attracted to men, just as you are not attracted to men. That's why you are not gay. It's like, I mean, I
Mm.
don't know if you are attracted to men. It's fine if you are, but it's like, but I'm assuming you're not. So you're attracted to women. In fact, you're probably attracted to a specific kind of woman, like a blonde or a brunette, or maybe you didn't get that, maybe you did. Doesn't matter. Maybe, the point is, you have specific. That's all it is there specific. But the point is, no, they wouldn't date him. They would get artificially inseminated by him, have a baby, raise the baby, and whatever happens with the baby, maybe that baby will marry someone else. Maybe that baby will, or that person will grow up and they'll be gay, and then they'll have with the other. The point is, people still have babies. We see the numbers on that. It doesn't matter if they're 100% gay. As long as there's fertile people, they still have babies and they raise them. And sometimes the babies are straight, sometimes they're gay. It doesn't really matter because people still have babies.
Yeah, one's gay, borrow from the straight way. Nah, they mix
It's
everything
not
up.
borrowing from space. That's just biology. It's just how it works. There's no. It's just simply who they like. Why do you like your wife and not someone else? Because it's who you like. There's nothing. This is why it's like, man, you're a really nice dude, and we have good conversations. But this is just kind of gross because these are just humans.
They
They're living
are.
a life,
I agree.
and you're
Look.
trying to put
I
some kind
don't.
of weird
No.
thing on them because
I'm
you're
not against.
God.
I'm not against them. I'm against the behavior that their behavior.
How can
I'm
you? Look,
against.
there is no behavior.
I'm I'm against their actions from a sexual standpoint of view that bring that cause destruction to the next generation.
But that hasn't happened.
I'm against a thief as well.
You're
I'm
against
against
the
the
boogeyman.
I'm against a behavior of thief. I'm against the behavior of murderer. I also stand with my wife on the sidewalk of Planned Parenthood that do abortion. If you know what abortion is, if you looked at it, it's literally genocide of the next generation.
That's not what is healthcare, brother. It's just and not all abortions is someone can abort to means to get rid of the fetus. It doesn't mean it dies. So, I mean, a lot of times they do kill them. I'm not saying they don't like or they but that's I'm sorry that I'm not really gonna have the abortion conversation because I don't want people to have abortions, but sometimes people do. They have to have abortions. Sometimes they have to have it literally because they're going to die if they don't. Sometimes they do it because they've been raped. There's lots of good reasons to get abortions. So
Yes, and according to statistics, if you combine the three top reasons, they're pretty much selfish, and they end up in around 80%. 80% is a selfish reason why people actually
That's
get
your opinion
abortion.
that it's selfish. People are allowed. It's their bodies. They're allowed to do what they want to. Like this thing is feeding. They're, like
Same
you
thing
have an
with
end all
gays.
be
Their
all to
body is same thing with gays. Their body, they can do
no,
whatever they
no. They
want.
if they're not attracted, why can't you have sex with a man?
It's my body, my choice. Whomever I
You're
want, that's
choosing
whom
to
I
not have.
go.
So you're saying you can choose. You could decide to if you wanted to.
Yes, and the prime
You think
reason,
you can?
the
You
prime
think you can
reason,
go have sex with a man because you want to?
the prime reason why I don't is because it's mentally disgusting.
No, is it? Well, if you don't like it, that's fine. I don't
No,
like.
not that I don't like it, dude. It's mentally disgusting. A person,
What
a
does that
person,
mean?
a person has to break their mental state in order to go
Okay, when
and have it done.
animals do it, are you telling me that animals are crazy?
Do they have understanding?
Do
Do
animals
they
have
have
understanding?
understanding difference between right and wrong, understanding of biology, understanding how everything was
Do,
made and put
yeah, a
together?
lot of animals do have a very like chimps have extremely well ecosystem of each other, like of right and wrong and fair. They
Hmm.
they get jealous. They get yeah, they do. And guess what they do? Also have same sex. Like there's tribes where it's very everything's open. Mainly, usually the women are the ones that will like do stuff with each other, but men do stuff with each other. That, by the way, that's been the culture. Rome. I mean, like, dude, like even in the 1700s and stuff, dude, like that guys were so much more dainty. They walked around in high heels and makeup. Like it's all a construct as far as that goes. But like, yeah, people are they're just into what they're into, and you have a problem with that, and that's the weird problem. And you're
Uh,
making up a boogeyman of like this destructive behavior that does not exist. They like if these numbers were going down, they would have gone down. People have been gay since people have been here.
so you're okay
So
with you're okay with, let's say, thieves running around freely in our society? You
yeah,
see
no,
no
I'm not okay with it.
you see no destruction, no societal destruction in that one, right?
Yeah, no, because it's not the same thing as being gay. So
They still, that behavior still causes a societal destruction, but for the next
what
generation.
does? Yeah, you've said that, brother, but we proved that that's not true.
I-
We
If they
proved that
borrow
even
from
by
the
your own metrics.
if they borrow from the
There's
straight
no
away,
borrowing. And even if I give you the fact that they're borrowing, which I don't know what you mean by that, but even
you
if I
do know
give
what
it
I
to
mean.
you,
You do
no,
know what I mean.
honestly, brother, I do not know what you mean. I swear, I'm not trying to like be like, I don't know, facetious about it. I truly don't know what you mean by borrowing. Like from like if you mean like in a colloquial way, because borrowing can mean anything. Like I could borrow some sugar, I could borrow some stuff. Like if you mean like,
You can
hey, let
borrow
me have one
ideas
of your
too.
eggs.
No, you can borrow the
Oh,
idea too. So they borrow a straight idea in order to get
there's
what they
no.
want.
It's not a straight idea. It's like it's just like that's like saying gravity is like I don't know a physics idea. It's like gravity just is gravity. It's like it's what the Earth pulls shit down. Humans,
There's
we
two opposite perspectives. Gay has their own perspective, their own idea, and straight has their own perspective, their own idea in the
no, they
sexual
only have
orientation.
one. They just are attracted to the sex. Gay just means same sex attraction. That's all it means.
They have their own. Sure, sure, sure. And the
But it
attraction is
stops at that.
opposite. Thoughts are. What are you talking about? What?
But I'm implying you're implying like there's this whole like to be gay means more than just attracted to the same sex. That's all it means. It doesn't mean therefore you are a libertarian, a Republican. It doesn't mean I mean like there's nothing attached to it other than you're
No,
attracted to the
you
same sex.
literally have your own propaganda. You literally have your own line of thinking. You literally have your own line of behavior. Gay people act differently than straight people do. They
And
change
what
their
in only one way they
they
have sex with the same sex.
they change, a lot of them change their voices as well. They just
No,
act
you notice
differently.
the ones that changes their. You notice the people that have different voices. There are lots of gay people that don't. You just don't notice them.
Ah, bro, I'm from California.
Yeah, I know, but I went to California every summer from the time I was born until I was like 25 years old. I'm very well aware
I
of what
I
California is.
I live here. And going to
Yeah,
San
I know.
Francisco, hurts my eyes and hurts my and disgusts my
Look, man,
mentality.
I get that. I'm not saying that like people don't walk around, dude. You just don't like it the same way as like someone might not like a girl with her boobs hanging out and her shorty short shorts. It's like you like that, I like that, but that doesn't mean that other people have to like it and they can feel the same way you feel. Oh, it hurts my eyes. These women do it. Blah blah blah. That's just a personal feeling. And by the way, okay for you to feel that way. It's okay for you to not be attracted to men. You don't have to be attracted to men. You don't have to understand gay people. At the end of the day, what you need to do, in my opinion, as far as this, is let people be themselves.
I
And
am.
when we get to a point to where laws and shit are not stopping them from living, then you can like maybe care a little bit more about how in their face you feel that they are about this. People like these people are like dude, I can't even stress
Okay,
because like
okay, look,
I am
are
very
you
lucky.
accusing me of discrimination in a way?
Well, I mean, you are discriminating. So you called them very mean things. You said mean things about them. Like they are just humans, and that's all they deserve to be is treated as such. They don't like you should be standing up for them in every which
Okay,
way you can because they're being discriminated in very really
how am I
bad ways.
how am I discriminating when I literally agreed with you that they should be allowed a place of living? They
I
should not
know,
be
I understand that
rejected because they're gay. How am I discriminating on that part? All I'm
because you're
saying
spreading propaganda that isn't true
all I'm
about them.
say
That they're like
all
they're
I'm saying
affecting
is
things,
the
and
behavior. The behavior is not good
the
for our
behavior's
society.
fine.
That's what you
If it was
think,
bad,
but
if it
it's
was,
not
yeah,
good
well,
for our
that's why I know
society.
because we can see it. We can see it because if it was bad, then we would have already had a problem. Like the gay has been around forever. The trans people have been around forever. Like literally, Indians were trans people. Literally, like they wrote about it. They call it two spirit. Like I mean, like, and it's like all this stuff has existed forever. If this was an issue, brother, it would have already shown an issue. It wouldn't. And
It
you
has
saying no,
always
the
been an
numbers
issue.
are not.
It always
No,
has
it's
been an
not.
issue.
It's only been an issue. It actually hasn't. It's only to like Christian, like propaganda started making it a big deal because I don't know why the Christians care so much about sex. Like they really care about what you do with your wiener. Like I don't know
It,
why, but
it's the
it's
same
it's a very strange.
same thing with murder, same thing
It is
with
not the same
thief,
thing. Jerking off is not
every.
the same as murder.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It is not. It's nowhere
It
near the
is a
same.
behavior it's a behavior counter to the nature.
No, no, it's very natural to masturbate. Supernatural.
Murder is not a good
Murder is pretty
behavior.
natural too.
It's counter to the nature.
It
Also
isn't
with
counter to the nature.
it is.
We understand murder. Murder is not always necessarily bad. If there's one particular person that is literally, if you do not stop this person, they're going to destroy all of society. Murder would be justified to a certain extent. Like, so it's like these ideas of like it's not as grainy as that. Like, so and besides, by the
Mm,
way, I don't want to talk about murder. Like, we understand murder is not good. Murder is not the same as jerking off. It's not the same as gay sex. You know how many gay people have lived perfectly good lives? A lot, most of them,
mur-
until we started
bro,
enacting rules. It's like,
murder carries its own side effects.
I don't want to talk about
Thieves,
murder. We agree
thieves,
murder's bad.
they carry
We
their
agree
own
thievery is
side
bad.
effects. They
They are
carry
not
their
the
own
same. We
side
just don't
effects.
agree that those are the same as gay sex. They are not.
The perversion in sexual field also causes its own side effects, negative
What's
side effects
perversion,
to
man?
happen. Well, the natural way is a man and a woman. That's a natural way.
That's a natural way to have offspring. There's not outside of that. There's nothing with complex creatures. They're allowed to do whatever they want. That's why whales are gay. That's why dolphins are gay. That's why chimps are gay. That's why what really intelligent things have different things. They like what they like. Like
Sure,
this is
sure.
not about.
And you have a good example. Only animals are gay. So any human that is
We
gay,
are
are you
animals.
calling them an animal? Well,
Humans.
I'm made in the image of God. I'm not made
Humans are
to be
animals.
an animal. I mean, I understand I have a
Do you
flesh,
not
but
believe in biology?
I understand I have a flesh, but bro, I also has a mind and understanding.
It has mind and understanding.
Monkey doesn't have an understanding. It doesn't know what's good,
It
what's wrong.
does.
Monkey doesn't
It
have a
does. It
court
has its own
system.
understanding.
It doesn't have
They
its court
do. They literally do. They literally do. What are you talking about?
Okay. Okay, they have civilizations. Sure, okay.
Yeah, and they judge and they combine and they get together and they inspire and they get jealous and they do all the same things they do that we do. They literally use tools,
They have some pre-written instinct in them. I do not disagree with that
not
one,
instincts. It's
but
a thought. It's no different than what's going on with us.
it's much different.
It isn't. It isn't at all. If a monkey gets jealous and attacks a monkey, what is the difference between when a human gets jealous and attacks a human? There's no difference.
Okay,
He's jealous because
they might have that instinct written in them, but the difference between monkey and humans is intelligence. I mean, they do not
I
have
mean, yeah,
something
we're
that
more
we have.
intelligent, but they
More.
have intelligence. We're just more. Yeah, we are more intelligent than them. Sure.
Our intelligence is unlimited. Theirs is limited up to whatever is pre-written in their instinct. They cannot go past that point, but we can. We don't
Yeah,
have
and they
limits.
can do things that we can, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, sure. And birds can fly, and we cannot fly.
Exactly. It's like, but if you're it's
Are
like,
they
yeah,
more
everyone
intelligent
has
than we?
what
The
birds.
birds?
Some birds
Yes.
are very very smart. Yes.
Okay, they possess more intelligence than the humans.
No one said anything about more.
I
You're just
all
saying
they
that we
got.
have a trait that's better than theirs. So what? They have traits that are better than us. A
I'm just
chimp
I'm
can rip
just
you limb from limb without trying.
I'm just showing to you that humans are different from animals. So sure,
No, we are
animal.
animals. It's not a debate. We are animals.
So sure, perverted
Do
mind
you
or
not
a
believe in
mind.
biology?
Look, I understand from a flesh standpoint of view, but you're brushing off
But
the
flesh is
intelligent
all we
aspect.
are. No,
You're
I'm not.
you're
No, I'm
literally
not.
brushing off the intelligence. You literally
No, we
are.
just are more intelligent. Well, I said we were more intelligent, but it doesn't matter. We just have that's the thing that we have. It's actually not even just that. The things that monkeys, we have bigger brains than they do. That's but the two big things that separate us from them is our intelligence and our precision touch. So like monkeys don't have that. They could never really make something delicate because they don't have that type of fibers in their arms or tendons. But what they can do is like hold on and fall asleep while holding a tree. That's the difference. You know what I mean? But it's like, but my point being here is like if we didn't have that one thing, our intelligence wouldn't matter because we would have never been able to broaden our intelligence because we didn't have the tools to do it, such as monkeys, such as like that's why they're our cousins, and we can see biology shows us that genetic, unless you don't deny geneticism or like that's like, but if you do, that's very strange because it's pretty real. You watch Maury, you believed in it then. Don't stop now.
I mean, I'm a little fascinated that you are aligning humans to animals, but
We
I,
are animals. It's like it's literally if you're gonna
this is
believe that like if you're gonna believe the definition of animal, why do you believe that definition? Because we're in that definition.
again I understand from the standpoint of view of flesh. I do, but
That's all there is. There is only the flesh. There's the
there's
and the
also
mind. The mind.
there's also a spirit. Spirit is
No,
something
there is.
animals
There's
do
no
not
proof of any
possess.
spirit. You can't prove there's a spirit of anything.
Yes, yes, you can. And
How?
spirit is
Go
this
ahead. Show me.
invisible, and spirit is this invisible inner being that actually feels the invisible emotion. That is actually has invisible
That's your
knowledge
brain.
and
That's your brain
consciousness.
that feels that. That's your brain and your consciousness. That's it. That's all that is.
Sure, sure.
If your
That's what
soul is
people are.
real, then how come when I scramble your brain and you're still alive, you are a different person?
How can physical body feel depression?
How can the physical body feel depression? Do you mean like you're so depressed you feel it in your body?
How can depression be even physical? I mean, I understand pain. I cut myself. It's physical. I understand
Yeah.
that. But how's depression even physical? How can even affect the physical flesh?
You're saying like when people are like so sad that it hurts. Is that what you're saying?
You're saying that there's no spirit. Everything is physical. Everything is inside of the brain.
It's in your brain. Your brain is yeah, exactly. It's your mind. It's your brain.
Okay.
We
Is
can
the
show that because we can stick a fork in your brain.
depression is invisible, and for some reason that invisible
It's not
aspect is
invisible. It's chemistry in your brain. You lack certain chemicals that like your dopamine and
that's
stuff. That
basically the best description that you've got. Oh,
but that's
you
what we
lack
know it to
certain
be. We can see
chemicals.
it. Yes, so that it makes perfect sense. We know what chemicals make you happy. We know what the normal levels are that make that keep you stable, and then we can measure it. And yeah, so I don't understand what's hard to understand.
Because all those measurements are not even applicable the same across the board, across all
What's that mean?
humans. That's basically to start with. But if you were to look at the aspect of depression, it's not physical in any way. Sure, you can say, oh, you're missing some chemicals in your brain, like let's say guilt. Is guilt because somebody is missing some chemicals in their brain, or because they've done something wrong? What's guilt?
Guilt is a construct, and yeah, most thing in your brain is chemicals. Everything in your brain is chemicals, for
Okay,
that
so
matter. Like
basic
you're
so
happy, you're sad,
so basically
love.
what you're saying is, let's say, God forbid this to happen, but let's say I literally beat up my wife. She is bleeding on the ground. And you're saying, if okay, so I'm missing some apple related stuff. If I'm going to eat a lot of apples for the next week, I will not feel guilty anymore, because I will stabilize the chemical compound in my brain, and the guilt will go away. Is that what you're saying? Is that how it works?
I'm not quite sure what you're saying.
Well, you're saying if it's a chemical, if it's a chemical issue in your mind, and let's say
Yeah.
Apple has that specific chemical to balance out thing in your mind. Okay, so let's say if I cause some major evil, I just need to eat enough of whatever food that will balance the chemical in my mind, and the guilt will go away, because everything is balanced in my mind right now. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that per se. No,
What is
I'm
guilt
saying
then?
that your brain is. Yeah, I already said it. It's a construct slash chemical thing that happens to your brain. Like so, the meaning like first you're probably taught guilt slash or like you're exposed to the idea of guilt, and then what makes you feel guilty that varies for different people. Some people can be outside with their shirts off and feel fine. Some people can be outside with their shirts off and feel guilty and feel like people are judging them. And like there's like guilt. It's a construct and it's a chemical reaction in your brain, just like everything is love. Everything. It's all just we know this. We've been like for hundreds of years we've studied this type of stuff. It's not that hard. This is the main thing I want to lean on here is that this is the only thing that there's actual proof for. Nothing else that you're saying has actual proof. There's no proof of a soul, a spirit. There's no way to judge it. There's no way to think. You're just attributing emotions to souls, which everyone always has done. But like, there's just no real evidence for a soul. If you can provide me something of like a data point other than just saying like what we feel, so that therefore, but we have explanations for that. You can't. Do you have like a
Yeah,
way to
but
prove your
but
claim?
but bro, the explanations you got are weird. They really are weird. Just think about the
They're not.
explanation.
They're not weird. That's biology.
Super.
That's how it works.
No, no, no. That's not how it works. The explanations are
Oh
super
no,
weird.
it is how it
So
works. So you're
basically,
disagreeing with every
what you
biologist and every brain
if
surgeon,
if
and
if 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 those emotions are really a chemical compound, what that means
mhm.
is it can be adjusted.
Yes,
So
yes, that is true. Sure.
okay, sure. So what you're telling me is, after committing something massive, massive evil, I can remove the guilt that I'm feeling by adjusting the chemical compound in my mind. Is that how it
I
really
would say you
works?
would have to have a very great understanding of chemistry to do that, but sure, sure, I'm sure theoretically that could be true.
So there's a magic potion to remove guilt.
It's not magic. You almost explained it. We just don't exactly know how. It's like, you know, like
Oh,
with
okay,
serotonin,
okay.
people take serotonin to.
There's a food potion to remove guilt
It's not
once
a
and
potion. It
forever.
wouldn't be a potion. It would be a medicine. But yeah, I don't know. That just sounds like some kind of like weird thing. We could possibly do that. That's definitely for sure. I mean, that's not out of the realm of possibility. Is that what are we talking about? Things that we could invent right now?
No, I'm trying to point to the fact that every single thing is not physical. There's there's also a spiritual realm. There's also an
Give me an
invisible
evidence
realm.
of that, though. Where's the evidence of
I
that?
did guilt.
Yeah, that's not evidence. We know what guilt is. We understand how these things work in your brain.
Really? So if it's a
Yes,
chemical compound, then there's a way to remove by adjusting the chemical compound, right?
we've already agreed that that could be possible. Sure.
That's not possible. What world are you
No,
living
it's
in?
not possible, but it could be possible.
No,
That's
it's
something that
not.
could.
It's not. What world are you living
Why?
in? There's nothing that
Why?
will be able to remove certain
How do you know that?
feelings.
Are you a chemist? Are you sure? Because we're doing that already. That's literally what drugs are. It's what alcohol is. That's what
Um.
antidepressant medicine is. Do you know what that means? Do you know antipsychotics? Do you know what that is?
Okay, okay.
So
We take antidepressant. Great. We just pump that chemical compound in our brain. What happens to that chemical compound? What happens? Why did it go away again? Why?
because your brain's not producing it.
or it's not producing it because there's a spiritual aspect to this guilt.
No, it's just what's not produced. Are you talking about depression? Are you just talking about guilt, or is it anything? Specifically
And
guilt?
anything that's not physical.
Okay.
Depression. Well, look,
Oh,
many.
okay.
Let's say in a side of a portion. This is just a quick note, but I'm not trying to advance or or start a portion subject. It's just what the women have told me. So I spoke to many women on this sidewalk, and I remember specifically one. She said that she got an abortion when she was in her late 20s, I think. And when I spoke to her, she was around 74, 75. And she says that every single year, when the specific day that she got an abortion comes around, it's as if there's a wave, this emotional wave that covers her, and she cannot do anything about it. No drugs, nothing, no alcohol, nothing that takes your mind off of it. Nothing works. Nothing works. Why? One abortion has caused this for the rest of her life. There's a chronic
People are
depression she
complex things.
cannot
I don't
get out
understand what
of.
you're saying. It's your brain, but it's all in your head. It's all still comes down to your brain.
Look. Because of murdering a child, all of a sudden, what, brain flips?
What do you mean?
Well, one action, one innocent action, according to you, caused a chemical compound in your brain to flip. As
Oh,
as
okay.
if
So like
as
we
if
were
as if
also
it started.
talking. Well, we're also talking. Yeah, right. Because what happens is once again, it's like okay, think about something that can make. Oh, like look, you got kids, right?
Sure.
Say like now when your kid has a little balloon and it floats away, he's devastated, right? You can buy him 1,000 of those damn balloons, but he's devastated in that moment, right?
Okay.
It's like, right, okay. Well, it's like, but you and I know that there's not. It's just a balloon. It's fine, but he doesn't understand that. Okay, it's like so that like we're both seeing the same thing. You're seeing the balloon fly away. He's seeing the balloon fly away. You don't really care because you know that we can just go get a different balloon. But he doesn't understand that concept yet. So it's really devastating to him. To him, it's a lot. In fact, it'd be a lot like if your wallet just started floating away, right? You'd be like, oh, you'd be like, hey, we can get you another one. You're like, but I want that one. It's like, it's like that's kind of how it feels to him. It's like, point is that you're both seeing the same thing, but you're developed. You understand. In his brain, he's not developed. So it is causing these chemicals to make him react and get very upset. It's just how the brain works.
So no. In your example would be I actually have this chemical compound to be calm, but he doesn't have it. So we need to
No,
feed him with some
it's not.
food
No, it's just
in
he.
order for him to be calm.
It's just what triggers him is different than what triggers you because his brain isn't developed in that way yet. And then, like your brain, you could get older and things trigger you and make you cry. That might not make me cry. It's the whole point is the concept here is like we
It,
could both be the same age. It's like doesn't
so
matter.
are you saying knowledge actually develops a physical aspect of the brain? Knowledge and understanding develops a physical aspect of the brain where the brain actually changes?
I mean, sure. It's pretty much how brains work. Yeah, you take in knowledge and things change, and
How
I
can
don't.
an invisible aspect change a visible aspect?
Hey, what now?
How can an invisible aspect, knowledge, actually adjust a physical aspect of the brain?
I mean, it's just how because we're very conscious to the world, so we can interpretate things like other like animals. A lot of animals can do it too. It's just to what level. It's different levels. Obviously, we have it even more advanced. Once again, animals feel sadness. Animals cry. Like I mean, like there's a very famous video of a dog that comes to his master's gravesite, and he's like just fucking weeping, rolling on the thing. Like things feel emotions, man. Like so, I don't are you arguing that emotions are real? I don't get what the point here is.
I'm trying to separate. I'm trying to separate the spirit from the brain.
Yeah, okay, but I'm saying but so far you've only just described what we know about brains. That's just what we understand how they work, and you've
But
put a thing on it, and
but
that's
think
fine. But there's
but
not
think
like
what I've
of what?
think what I'm saying. Think
Yeah,
about the separations. think that an invisible aspect is changing the physical aspect. That's not how it works. I
I don't know what
cannot
you mean by that.
well, let's say I cannot think that I'm gonna get a sixth finger and a sixth finger is gonna pop up. I cannot just pop a thought, or I cannot pop a feeling and all of a sudden my body is gonna change. That's not how it
Right?
works.
No one's saying that.
In
No one's
order for
saying that.
for me to change my body, let's say from 5 to 4, I have to chop one off. I have to physically affect a physical aspect in order to change the physical aspect of my body. But let's say when an invisible side is changing a physical, like let's say you're saying the those guilt, whatever, is actually affect, or not guilt, but that child with the balloon. So his brain hasn't been developed. So when the knowledge is changing the physical aspect of the brain, that just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, I'll explain a little more, man. I don't know you're not getting, but it's fine. I'll explain. So we've, we literally have hooked up people for hundreds of years and looked at their brains and like not for hundreds of years for hooking them up to things, but we've been studying the brain for hundreds of years. We've hooked people up to time. We understand how it works. We understand when you get happy, something triggers you to be happy, whatever that is. Okay, that stimuli, it reacts in your brain and it sends serotonin and like a bunch of other chemicals that make you feel good. That's what happiness is. We can see that in real time happening. Like, and so far we have nothing else showing us like that that's any different than any other thing. What do you have that shows us that's any different other than you just simply saying, I think it's a spirit. I think it's a thing. Like, what do you have showing us that it's different than what we're seeing?
If let's say an inner person is affecting the way we behave, that's one thing. But let's say a knowledge is affecting the size of the brain or developed of the brain, the actual physical aspect of the brain, that's another thing. So let's say when a happiness pops whatever into our brain, that is totally okay from that end. It's totally okay, because it actually shows that a person that is inside an inner being that is feeling this happiness is affecting the physical aspect, and now the body
But what
is
do you
also
how do you
happy.
know that? Where are you basing that off of? Because we have nothing showing that. You're just saying it. What are you basing that off of?
Just think,
You're just saying,
just think and
I am
separate
thinking.
things.
I trust me. I've thought
Separate
about it lots of times.
separate things. Separate things. Like you know that guilt is not found anywhere in the physical aspect. If it's not, then it
Yeah.
must be found somewhere else. So
It
where's it
is
found?
found. It's found in our between our cultural ideas and our the way that our chemistry in our brain reacts to the way that stimuli to our brain. Like if you were raising us, just listen, man. Christian, was it in the Roman days? They would feed Christians to lions. You know that?
Yes, but what I'm trying to say, guilt is not in the brain. It's in our inner man. It's in our
No,
spirit.
it isn't. It's in the brain. It's all in the brain. It's it's like so. It's just like as the Christian, the Christian would take. Excuse me, not the Christian, but the Romans would take their kids to watch Christians be fed to lions, and the kids would say, "Daddy, can we come next week and watch Christians be fed to lions?" And he'd say, "If you're good." It's like there's like he felt no guilt about watching that man being because in his cultural surroundings, he was taught that that is all right. That kid grew up his whole life, watched people dying, and he didn't give a shit because that's the way he was taught. If there was this inner monologue soul you're talking
No,
about,
no,
he would
bro.
care.
No, bro. Your example is off again.
Well,
Watching.
it's right on the money.
No,
It's it's
what?
beyond on the money.
Here's an example in today's day. I can turn on a movie. I can go to the movies. I can turn on a series, a show, and it's going to be all about murder and killing. I can play a lot of battlefield games, all about murder and killing. My
Uh,
conscience doesn't really feel guilty, but my conscience will start feeling guilty the second I actually kill somebody.
Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but that doesn't
It
listen.
will.
My example, my no, not necessarily. It doesn't. That's why there's like literal serial killers. They don't feel guilt for killing people, and some people don't feel guilt for killing people that they feel that are criminals and shit. There's many people that do not feel guilt for killing people, and that's the point. It's a cultural thing. If it was the thing you're talking about, everyone would just feel it inside. I don't understand like how you can disprove that. If this the thing you're
Everybody
talking about, if
does.
it was real, no, they don't because people don't care. Some people genuinely don't give a shit that they kill people or hurt people. They
It
don't.
comes
They're
over
called
time.
sociopaths.
It comes
No, it
over time.
doesn't. Not for everyone.
That's
You're
why
making that
that's
up.
why they
You're
become
making that
a
up.
sociopath, because it comes over time. They
No,
do
you
not.
don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. You're making that up. You're just saying that. That's not true.
And
Like,
you're telling me that a murder leads to a social path.
no, I am telling you. Your whole argument is that everyone does feel regret for murder, and that's not true.
Yes, yes,
It's not true. It's simply not true.
it is true.
It isn't. What are you basing that on?
Whether they accept it or not, they still feel it
You
because.
don't know. How do you know that? You're just
Okay,
saying the things.
look,
Whether you're not.
look,
You gotta like
you
actually
yourself,
show.
you will feel guilty for murdering somebody. You will.
Maybe I will. Yeah, I probably will. But not everyone is me, and not everyone is you. Some people do not. They're called. And by the way, they might not even necessarily be sociopaths. They might not just have a genuine feeling. Like it's just how it is. I mean, I'm actually more surprised that more people aren't okay with murder, judging by like how fucking like we lived real society most of our life, because it was really ingrained in us like 100 years ago. Everybody was a fucking murderer. Like 100, well, maybe not 100, 150 years ago. 150 years ago, you and I would have definitely murdered somebody, like for sure. Like someone would have tried to kill us. Like someone would, like we would have had to kill someone. Like it would have 100
Look,
percent.
look, bro. Look, murder is when you strike first. Self-defense is not the same.
Sure, but it's okay. Well, then we can limit to killing. You're okay with killing someone just because they're trying to kill you. You don't think you might feel some regret from that?
Murder. The reason why I specifically use murder is because it's an action that a person initiates, and the one who initiates such an action is definitely in the wrong.
I mean, if you want to get into legal jargon, sure. I don't necessarily. That's not what I'm talking about. Anyway, the point
Logical
being,
in the logical jargon too. The person is in the wrong if they're if they're the first one to execute murder or the killing. Now if
you mean for no reason.
I mean,
Because like I could kill you, could be like, I'm gonna kill your whole family, and then I shoot you. I still the one who did the actual murdering first, but
that's why
like,
that's
but I see,
why I believe that we should have law, and the reason to
yeah, I
murder
did too.
should be according to the law, not just anyone having their own reason to do it.
Don't disagree, sure.
But still, even the aspect of murder, the fact that you're gonna be feeling guilty, it shows that you have something on the
Yeah,
inside of
we
you from
but yeah,
God, from a good
so
God
this
that is stopping
no.
you.
This is where we're at here, right? So you just don't believe that people cannot care about murdering or not care about bad things, and that's not true.
Overwhelming majority of people do care.
Where? What's that? Where you? I'm not talking. Let's talk about the people that actually killed people. That's the ones that really matter. Out of all the people that have killed people, there's plenty of them who don't give a shit about it.
But before you kill someone, you actually have to break your conscious state. After that,
What does that
regret
mean? That
settles
doesn't
in.
mean anything. What does that mean?
After that, regret settles in, and you start
Not
fighting
for everyone. Not for everyone.
for everyone. For everyone. Look,
Nope.
look,
You have
look.
no psychology
In
proving that.
in order. That's how it works in general way. Like in order to
No, it
kill.
doesn't. You can't prove that. That's not. I think.
Here, listen,
Once
listen,
again, it's a
listen,
cultural thing.
listen.
Why did the kid watch the Christian get fed to the lion and not care?
Because it's not the same as action.
It is the same. You think it's all right for a child to see another person be eaten alive and not have any emotions about it?
It's not the same as him pulling the action.
We're not necessarily saying it's the exact same, but it's still a thing that where you're talking about, like, I would feel some type of way about that. You would feel some type of way about that. Watching a man being eaten alive. This kid doesn't give a shit. You know why? Because it's his culture. He's been taught nothing else. That's why he feels that way. That's why
But
you feel the way you
still, in the
feel.
middle of that
There ain't no
culture,
but
he will not pull the
That's
action
exactly it.
himself. In the middle of the
It doesn't matter
culture,
if
he will not pull the
it doesn't
action.
matter.
Yeah,
It
it
doesn't
does.
matter. And by the way,
Yes, it
you don't
does.
know. Maybe he'll be the guy that eventually feeds the lions or feeds the Christians the lion. He's like, maybe he goes up, he's like, shit, I've been wanting to do this since I was a kid. By the way, 100% a true story. Like, you can definitely find that up. And then guess what? That guy grew up watching people getting fed to lions.
My examples are general. They're literally widely applicable. your examples, you're literally single out a crazy event,
It's not.
and you're trying
No, I'm
trying
not.
to build your whole
I'm showing you.
theory on one small crazy event. Like, let's say
No,
all
I'm
the
not.
people.
I'm showing you
Yes, look,
the
all the
hypocrisy of
people
what
in
you're
a
pulling.
Colosseum. Really? By pulling a crazy stunt? Look, in the
A crazy
Colosseum,
stuff. This happened,
in a
buddy.
listen, in a Colosseum, there's gonna be what 10,000 people over there watching that event. And now, out of 10,000 people, you're saying, oh, look, 2 or 3 are going to actually become a murderers and be feeding people to the lions. 2 or 3. What is 2 or 3 out of 10,000? My example is
You're making
general.
this no. Here's the
My
problem with what you're
example.
saying.
My example is general. I'm literally saying that 10,000 majority of the people, overwhelming amount of people,
Now,
will
but yeah,
not
you know,
be
you're
able to
just
pull
saying
the
that. You're just
trigger.
saying that.
They will not be
You're just
able to
saying it
pull the
doesn't
trigger
matter.
because there's something on the
At a
inside
certain
stopping
time,
them.
they wouldn't. At a certain time, they
Something
wouldn't.
on the
What?
inside is
This is
stopping them.
at the core of our disagreement. No, at the core of our disagreement is this: you don't believe people can commit bad acts like this and not feel a way about it, and it's just simply not true.
Dude, something on the inside is stopping the majority. That's why they will
Says
not be
who?
able to.
Says you. Says you. That's
Say
it.
statistics. Statistics.
No, no, it's not. No, statistics do not say that people don't generally murder each other because they have a secret thing inside them. That's not what statistics say.
Yes, it is, because
No, it says
if
that
we would
people
not
don't
have,
murder.
if we would
It
deem it
said the
to be
number one
okay,
reason people don't murder people is societal reasons.
if
That's the
we would
number one
if we
reason
would
people
deem
don't
it,
murder people.
that's the thing. If we would deem it to be okay, it would be normal in society. But because we personally
Right,
deem it to be wrong, we cancel that in society. And why
right.
we personally think it's wrong? Because something on the inside is stopping us. We
No,
have
it's
to
not something
break our
that we
conscious
know, we
state.
under,
We
no,
have
we
to break our
understand that
conscious state
humans
in order to
shouldn't kill each
murder.
other if we can avoid it. We understand that. We figured that out.
We figured that out according to you. Why we figured
No,
it out?
according to reality, we
Yes,
figured it
according
out
to
before
reality.
Christianity.
According to yes, to reality. How we figured this out? We saw
It's
what it is, and
societal.
we saw
Yeah,
what it is,
we figured it out.
and then we connected to the fact that, hey, this initial thing that is stopping you from murder, we should listen to it and not murder and go crazy then and become a
Right.
sociopath. So yes, you're correct, and you're pointing to God. You literally are pointing to God.
I'm not pointing to
Our
God.
whole conversation, you're pointing that there is something on the inside. There's a difference.
No, I'm saying no. That's you. That's what you said. It's your. I
you
said it's
you
the
you
brain.
keep on popping those examples that are enabling me to point to God. So thank you.
That's funny.
Bro.
Yeah, well, I'm just pushing the logic, man. It's a pretty simple concept. I mean, we know these things to be true. I mean, it's not that, and like you and my Christian thing, like you can pull anything out. Like you back 150 years ago, people dueled in the streets because that was acceptable. I can give you infinite examples of things that are just like the Christians being fed the lions and people would watch duels 150 years ago on the street and not give a fuck. They go rob them afterwards. They'd be like, "That's part of the thing. This is cool. We get to go take his shoes, maybe." It's like it's all cultural. It has nothing to do with any. We have no evidence it has anything to do with a otherworldly thing. A natural explanation solves it.
Okay, hold on a second. Can I bring somebody else online? I think they might be in a similar line of thinking as you.
Oh yeah, sure, man. Go ahead. You guys can chat it out, and I'll let you guys go ahead, or I'll get in there with you too. I'm not.
well, I think both of you are gonna start going at me. That's what I think might
Okay.
happen.
Well, I'm not gonna let him bully you around, brother. I'm just being, you're my best friend now. So.
Oh, I like to talk to you too. It's actually fun. You're a fun one, dude. What is
Heck
your
yeah.
name, by the way? What is your name? What is
Oh
your
yeah,
first name?
my name's Parker, but you can call me BBN. It's just easier.
BBN. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll go with that. Hold on a second. So Hassan, you're online. How are you doing? What do you think about our conversation?
I'm doing very good, sir. And how are you? And about your conversation, my apologies. I wasn't really listening well, but I think what you guys are talking about is, I believe you were saying that morality is objective, and Mr. BBN is saying morality is subjective and or constructed, right?
I mean, I would agree with that. How about
Yeah.
you,
So,
BBN?
mhm.
Would you agree with that statement too? BBN. I think it's probably gonna go. Well, hold on a second. PBN, it was nice to talk to you. I'll drop you at the moment, but it was nice to talk to you. Do come back again. I'll be probably on either on Saturday or on Friday or Saturday. But do come back on Sunday if you can. On Sunday midday around 2 p.m. No, hold on. I'm gonna be gone. I'm actually gonna be gone next weekend. So in 2 weeks, do come back on Sunday, and on Sunday I'll have an open conversation just like this one for any questions and everything. So it would be nice to talk to you again. But yeah, okay. So he dropped out. So what were you saying, Hassan? I'm sorry.
So, well, I mean, the reason why I joined was for a different reason, but we can also continue what you guys are talking about. Is I believe that morality is a subjective slash constructed rather than like rather than objective and like divinely given. Like I believe it's something from evolution, something made by opinion, something we've constructed rather than coming from the sky or coming from a deity or coming from divinity.
Okay, so do you want to continue on this conversation, or do you have some other question in mind? If you have
Yeah,
another
yeah.
question in mind that you want to address, let's go there.
Sure, sure, yeah. So I could talk this. So I was actually at a hotel the other day, and I picked up the Bible, right? And I believe this is. I said this is the word of God that Jews and Christians believe is the word of God. So I opened it and I started reading it. And so in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light.
Mm-hmm.
I believe this is a major mistake because light came before water. Water was formed billions of years later. I think about 4 to 10 billion years ago. But light was formed like 0.8 billion years ago when the Big Bang happened. And also later, it says that the stars were made after the Earth, which is also incorrect because there's many stars before the Earth, during the Earth, and after. So I believe if this can't be the word of God, and like this proves Judaism and Christianity to me because if God wrote this book, he would have written in perfect intelligence and given the perfect astronomical equations start to finish. Like I don't think it would be written in like as like an ancient writer or ancient sage. I believe it'd be written like fully intelligently, fully like perfectly in like physics and astronomical sense.
Okay. Do you have a religion of any kind, or you're like agnostic atheist or an atheist?
Good question. So I used to be a Muslim, but now I'm like I consider myself as secular. I don't believe in religion. There could be a God, but I don't believe it's the religious one. I'm either like maybe agnostic or atheist or maybe deist. Like I don't believe in religion. I believe in like secularism,
Okay. So
secular humanism. Yeah.
okay. So there could be a God. So you're still open to that possibility, but at the moment you're more like there's no God.
Right. There could be a God, but it's most likely not like the Abrahamic one. Like very likely not the Abrahamic one.
Yes, I mean BBN says exactly the same thing, but he's more leaning on there's no God at the moment.
Uh sure.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
one
we
thing,
can hear you, BBN. You're still here. Uh-huh.
yeah, as the yeah, I was saying the first cause it does I don't see why it has to be intelligent. Like the people believe that Abrahamic God is intelligent and all powerful and punishes people and creates rules and laws. I think these are human things and animal things, and it doesn't apply to the first cause. And the Abrahamic God is the personification of the first cause. Like you, like that's like what I think.
Well, I
Hmm.
think we are actually a copy of him.
Uh, like we are a copy of like the first cause.
Yes, that's what it says throughout, that he made us in his image.
Interesting. Well, what about this? Like, I know that science has proven that evolution is true and that we have evolved from apes, and those apes evolved from different ancestors and etc. So the belief that humans came from divinity or came from the God's image or came from Adam and Eve, it's actually not proven, and it's like more of a mythological religious concept that people believe in. And the truth is that we came from evolution, which is like pretty much fully proven in science. Like, and evolution is very, very cool.
BBN, you were saying something.
Yeah.
I'll say it's actually evolution is like one of, if not the most corroborated things in science.
Uh, s-
Um, I'm not sure if it's just me, but I think BBN's mic is very muffled.
Yeah, your mic is on and off. You said something about science, but we didn't catch it.
Can you hear me yet?
Yeah, let's try it again.
All right, I'm gonna hook this up. So, everything coming in clear, clear, clear?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm saying evolution is one of, if not the most substantiated things in science. Without that, we don't understand anything about like how we came about, how other things came about. Medicine, modern medicine's all based off of biology. It's one of the most corroborated things in science. But I don't. Have you denied that that's a thing?
Me or Hassan?
Yeah. No, Hassan's he's with it. I'm talking to you. I mean, there's no point of having the conversation if you agree.
I I I do not agree about evolution. I do not agree with the creation
Okay.
order of evolution. It does not make sense whatsoever.
Well, it does make a lot of sense. But do you?
Yeah.
Okay, he brought it up, so I'll let him talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay, Hassan,
Well,
why do you believe in it then?
I will tell you exactly why I believe in evolution. I believe in evolution because evolution is fully and overwhelmingly supported in science, and I will tell you all the evidence of it. Number one is wisdom teeth. Wisdom teeth is proof that we evolved from the apes because back then, apes, like our early human ancestors, could not cook and they would eat like they would chomp with like their mouths and jaws, right? And over time, our jaws became a lot smaller and our teeth back there got stuck. So this is one proof of evolution. Another huge proof is fossils. Pretty much every living thing on Earth has fossil proof that it has changed. Like I'll give you an example of birds. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. When the meteor hit and all the dinosaurs died, the small flying dinosaurs they evolved to today's birds. Cats they evolved from the same animals as lions, tigers, saber-toothed tigers, and like humans evolved from apes and like the monkeys and the bonobos. Because this is fully
We are
proven in
apes.
science.
I want
And
to say
like
that.
yeah, BBN, you can go ahead. Sorry.
No, I just want to say we are apes. We didn't evolve from. We are still apes currently.
Yes.
We are. I mean,
Yes.
Right.
Do you not believe in do you not believe in genetic testing? Like I
Hassan,
know you watch Maury, brother.
Hassan, are you a monkey too?
I believe
Apes are not
we have
necessarily
evolved
monkeys.
from the chimpanzee, like that. We have the same ancestor as chimpanzee. So if you go
They
back in
are
time,
ancestors.
yeah,
BBN just said that we're still apes. Are you
We
still an
are
ape?
still apes. Look at apes and look at us. We're the same thing
yeah. So I believe he means primates.
within
Like we're the
reason.
same family as primates, like
Yep.
chimpanzees, apes,
We're
monkeys,
we're
bonobos. We're in
primates.
the
Yeah.
same family group as them.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think that I'm a monkey. Do you really think that you are?
You're not a monkey. You're an ape.
Okay,
Well,
thanks.
like
A bigger version of a monkey. Good job.
Well,
certain.
not all apes are monkeys, and monkeys it's a weird term. It's one is that you're an ape, not a monkey, and you're actually kind of a monkey too. But the point is you're an ape.
Wait, I actually have a question for may I please have your name, sir? Other than BBN,
Surge, Surge,
Sarge, okay.
Surge.
May you please tell me how did the cat come, or the bird, or the dinosaur? Like, did they go through evolution, or were they created like humans? Did they have a bird, Adam and Eve? Like, how are they here?
Well, if I were to think about the cats, and I would think about the small cat, and I would like let's say that cup-sized cat, very small, and I would think about the lion. Them both look the same to me. So now, saying since them both look the same to me, it's a process of maybe one cat did with a bigger cat, and the other cat did with a smaller cat. It just at that time it's just different size and different. It's the same family, same species, just different genetics within the same kind. That's it. That produced many other cats, which is not evolution. I don't
That is
I
part of
do not
evolution overall.
agree. Like evolution is when a what is it, a fish got out of the sea and started to walk and got
That's
turned
no,
into a
no.
monkey,
Here we go. We
and
got a
then
problem here.
monkey turned into a
No,
human.
that's a
That's a
that's
kind to
not
kind.
no. Okay, so like the general definition of evolution is any change to a populace that is considered like a small change to a populace, meaning like evolution is not one thing. Think of it like a long walk, right? So like in the beginning, like if let's say it's 40 miles away, like it's a step by step process to get to the end of that. You're thinking that I'm starting at step one and then somehow taking very large steps. No, it's a very small, gradual process to get to where it is. It took billions of years. That's the and so forth.
Yeah, but you're talking from a kind to another kind, which just does not make sense. It
Kind
doesn't
that
work
kind
in
doesn't
that
have
way.
a definition,
May I
and yes,
please say
it
something?
does. It literally does. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I have a very good counterpoint to when people say, "Oh, I did not come from my other kind." There actually is lots of proof because in 9 months we went from a sperm cell ovum to a human being, right? And that's like a form of evolution within 9 months. So how come if we can do that in 9 months, why can't we do that in billions of years, which is actually proven that we did
The
very
same kind.
slowly?
It's the same kind. The same
The
kind.
thing is, you gotta define what's a kind.
A human is a kind. An elephant is a different kind. A horse is a different kind. Like let's say a horse cannot jump to an elephant. A human cannot jump to an ape. Ape cannot jump to an elephant. That's a different
Okay,
kind.
okay, here we go. So let me ask you this. This is where you're going to run into a really big problem as far as how genetics go. Is a fox and a wolf the same kind? Because they're both canines. Are they the same kind in your worldview?
Mm,
Because they literally are. I mean, like we have the genetics to prove that, but they're both, and they like you can look it up. They're both canines.
Yes.
Coyote is a
I don't think so. Like let's say even hyenas and wolves. I don't think they're the same kind.
Well, hyenas, they're kind of like in between. They're a little bit in between. They're in their own class. That's why they're not. But a fox and a dog, a wolf, they're all canines, but they're not all the same. They can't mate with each other. They have different orders of chromosomes. So it's like, by your own definition, they would be in the same kind, but not being able to mate. So
No, no, they don't really need to look exactly the same in order to be of the same kind. I don't, I wouldn't strike a
but
fox
they
for a
are
wolf.
the same kind. They are the same. Like we have the genetic. They are descendants of one another. But the fox has moved so far that he cannot mate no more. Such as
Well,
lions and cats cannot
hyenas
mate no
look the
more.
same too. Then hyenas look the same too. Then
Look the same as what?
as wolves.
Yeah, they are, and I'm not sure if they're in the canine. I do know that hyenas are like this weird in between. They're almost like cats. They're almost like dogs. They're a little. They're in. That's why I think they're in their own specific thing. So that's my point is that these things evolve out of each other. That's how they got there. That's how this one time this
Mhm.
fox was like us, or not us, but the wolves, and then it moved past that or changed over periods of time over small, such as polar bears. Even though polar bears are the same kind with brown bears, but really polar bears are just brown bears. They migrated to where they were, and then over periods of time, what happened? They had white polar bears, and then because of albino and stuff, and what happened? Those polar bears prospered. That's survival of the fittest. It's not a very hard thing to really understand. It doesn't go past that. There's nowhere did a monkey give birth to a human. Nowhere that and genetics and biology does not say that.
Yeah, it just said we churned from a monkey to a human. That's what it's.
Very
What,
slowly, yes.
No, it didn't. That's not what it says. It says we are humans, and a human is a species of ape. That's what it says.
Yeah, like primate.
okay. Okay, guys. I mean, if again, if a fox and a wolf, or a hyena and a wolf look similar, it doesn't mean they're the same kind. If a human looks similar to an ape, it doesn't mean that they're the same kind.
You're right. It's not strictly because here's a good example. So like a dolphin looks very similar to a shark, right? You would think like
Normal, yes.
you think that they're very much the same, but they're very different. In fact, the dolphin shares more with the hippo than it does with the shark. Even though, like, so it's not simply the look, and we're not basing it simply off look. We're basing it off the genetics.
Yeah, exactly. Like I also looked it up. Fox and wolves are in the same family. I think it's called Caninidae, and the hyenas are actually a lot closer to cats and like another animal called like
Yeah.
canon. Like it's a weird name, but yeah, like every single living thing, every part of your body and every part of every living thing can be fully explained by evolution. Like an example is why do female like so why do like human women they are in lots of pain when they give birth is because evolution has made our brains a lot bigger and like the pelvis is a lot smaller for the girl, right? So that's why the head hurts a lot. So because of and that's why also humans can't walk when they're born, but animals can because human evolution, human energy is focusing on the brain and not on the legs and the feet. So that's why like everything in life is proof of evolution, because evolution is like the explanation for all life. And if God is real, he has to put his religion such that he explains evolution perfectly. Since these religions don't explain evolution perfectly, which it should because it's correct, it cannot be really true. And this is irrelevant, but the number one reason why I left my religion, Islam, is because of Banu Qurayza. The Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam had 600 Jews beheaded like after a war, which is like how can that guy be a prophet, right? So that's
Okay,
just
you
yeah.
you called him a prophet and you still give him all the praises. So did you leave Islam or no?
I did leave Islam, but like I don't like, since it's deep in my culture, I'm not gonna like disrespect, right? Like it's still like the title, like like that's who I
Well,
am.
well, bro, if he has killed 600 Jews and you really hate that, and you don't think that a prophet would have done it, and only a murderer, would you disrespect Hitler?
That's a very good point, and yeah, like okay, so you that makes a lot of sense that yeah, I should disrespect Hitler because he killed millions of people, and it makes sense to disrespect the prophet because he had hundreds beheaded.
Oops.
And the reason why I don't is because, well, first of all, I don't want to get killed because the Islamic punishment for apostasy is death, right?
That's a
And
damn good reason.
yeah, and second is when I argue with Muslims about this, they say it's okay because they betrayed the Muslims and it says in the Torah and it was not him who judged. It's like they completely, it's like they lacked empathy and they say it's okay at a certain time. Like man, 600 people. Like how many people is that? And enslave. They also enslave their women and children. Like that's like that. I think that violated all my ethical principles. So that's like one big reason I don't believe anymore.
The only one who does not violate any ethical principles at all ever is Jesus.
Yes, I actually agree that the Jesus Islam, he was a lot more like ethical than the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, because Jesus did not kill people, enslave people, torture people, marry slaves, sleep with slaves, marry a 6-year-old slash 9-year-old, and rip out someone's eyes and say women are this, or order the execution of black dogs. Like, like I agree that like even though I don't believe in Christianity, I do believe that Jesus was a lot more than the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Well, you don't have to believe in Christianity. Just follow the things that Jesus taught, and you're actually gonna have a good life.
Yes, I agree because I read in the Gospel of John that Jesus, one of his main message was to love each other, love yourself, even though he was gonna leave them and go to his Father, he said to love yourself. So the teaching is obviously good. Like the ethics is good for sure.
And that's why I like his teachings, and literally I promote his teachings only. I really like his teachings, and I challenge anyone and everyone out there. Hey, if you find anything evil or bad or wrong or error in the teachings of Jesus or contradictory, please let me know, because I've been looking into it, and the more I look into it, the more perfect they seem to be.
Even if
Yes.
that was true, though, I mean, it's a story. So, like, someone could write somebody to be very good. That's not really
Yeah,
proof of
bro.
anything.
But the thing is, Jesus is a perfect teacher,
A
perfect
perfect.
one.
I don't know about that. If you believe in the Trinitarian, then you believe that Jesus
Show
is the other God. So
show
then
me
that means that
show me something where his teachings are wrong. Show me. I mean, you don't agree with the Trinitarian thing, whatever. It's a philosophical thing. But show me where, like, for our lives towards God or towards anything like that, where he's actually wrong or he fails in.
one of the reasons I'm bringing up the Trinitarian thing is that if you believe Jesus is they're all three the same, then that Jesus is the God who did all the stuff we went over the other day, the genocide, the flood. That's Jesus too. If you believe in the Trinitarian, so it's like I don't see how you can get away from that.
Mhm. And I could say something like I have a verse that maybe it could be interpreted as bad, but I'm probably reading it out of context. But is it okay if I read it, sir?
What's the verse? Is it in the Bible? Let's pull it up.
Sh- Sure. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 34 to 36, and I'm sure I misinterpreted this, but yeah, 34 to 36. So
Yeah, good.
yeah,
Read it.
I do not think I have came to bring peace on earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. So it is like it seems like he's here to like do a
Yeah, I
battle.
actually
So
was going to bring that up, and he also
yeah.
mentioned something about turning brother or something against each other, and if they don't agree. something that doesn't sound too cool. But go on. I'm sure we got a reason.
Yeah, I mean, you're not misinterpreting this verse, but this is what this verse means. Actually, right here it's in John chapter 16, verse 1. Actually, let's start with John chapter 15. Let me give you one verse here. Right here. So let's say let's start from verse 20. So John chapter 15, verse 20. Remember the word that I said to you, a servant is not greater than his master. If they persecuted me, they will also persecute you. If they kept my word, they will keep yours also. But all these things they will do to you for my name's sake, because they do not know him who sent me. So the people will be doing this sword thing will be because of who Jesus is. Now look at this one right here, 16:1. These things I have spoken to you, that you should not be made to stumble. They would put you out of the synagogues. Yes, the time is coming that whoever kills you will think that he offers God service. And these things they will do to you because they have not known the Father or me. So that sword passage that you read, basically, yes, Jesus did bring the sword, and the sword is the Christians are pointing to Jesus. The world hates the name of Jesus, and the world is using the sword to annihilate the Christian.
Thank you so much. That's a good explanation, sir.
So it's not the fact that Jesus himself is going to be doing the killing or the Christians are going to be doing the killing. No, it just references that there's going to be, yes, a sword-like division, but the sword will be, according to John 16, the sword will be in the hands of the world, not in the hands of the Christians.
That makes a lot of sense, sir. Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, the teachings of Jesus, I really do love them a lot. It's like what I've done for entire year, I just read those 4 gospels only every single day for about half an hour to an hour, just only 4 gospels. Why? Because I wanted to see for myself if I can find anything that's evil in the teachings of Jesus. I was reading those 4 gospels from a critical standpoint of view, and the more into the year I got, the more I go like, hey, all my critical standpoint of view is falling apart because I cannot find anything. So that's why I started to challenge anyone and everyone out there, show me something that the perfect teacher got wrong. So now, if he didn't get anything wrong, logically speaking, we should all be following the perfect teacher to be blessed.
Well, is Jesus against people being gay?
I have the same question. Yeah.
Is Jesus against people being gay? Well, he created people to be straight.
So then the answer is yes.
The what?
The answer is
I,
yes.
Well, he created people not to kill as well, but people kill. So is people against?
I know
Is
you
Jesus?
always make that. That's not a
oh
complete
man.
comparison, but go on, buddy.
I have a lot to say. Okay. So here is what I believe Sarge and versus me and Mr. BBN have. I believe, and I believe BBN also believes in anti-essentialism, and Sarge believes in essentialism. And essentialism is the belief that objects and people or concepts they possess like an inherent like set of like attributes that make them like perfect. I'll give you an example. Most humans believe in essential. They believe humans are perfect and because God made them. And since God made humans so perfect, being gay is bad and you are being a moral failure and doing a sin because they believe in essentialism. But if someone like me who believes in anti-essentialism and maybe BBN, I believe humans are not perfect and we evolved from the water. And being gay or being disabled or sorry, being anything is it's just a variation of biology and genetics and environment and culture and laws and stuff, rather than a moral failure or moral sin. So I wanted to draw that line, like essentialism versus anti-essentialism.
What if let's say a man is drawn to a child? Is that okay?
So if a man is attracted to a child, he is very likely diagnosed with a pedophilic disorder, and he must get help immediately, and he should never act on his terrible thoughts, as that will cause great harm to the child and great harm to the social fabric of the world.
Okay, why are they not allowed?
Uh,
I
why are they
mean,
not allowed?
don't gays in a way spread AIDS like crazy?
So I
No,
don't
they
have a
don't spread
problem.
AIDS like crazy.
Okay,
Uh,
you are.
I don't have a problem with a homosexuality because it's two consenting or multiple consenting adults who are making that choice. With a child, it's not okay because children cannot consent, and you also cannot do it with slaves, as the Torah and Quran say. Because I mean, like, the Torah and Quran allow sleeping with slaves, but sleeping with slaves is not consensual. Sleeping with children is not consensual. So, but two homosexuals, they're adults and they're educated. That's consensual. So
Don't
I'm oh yeah,
don't people usually don't men usually give a candy to a child and the child consents?
that's not consensual. Drugs do not count as
No,
consent.
no,
And yeah,
I candy. Here's a candy. Let's go have fun with me. The child doesn't understand, but they got the candy and they allowed it to happen.
yes, that's still a
Children can't
rape.
consent to these things.
Yeah, children cannot consent regardless of what they have, regardless of what they say. Even if they say yes, children cannot consent because of physical, emotional, mental maturity. Whoever, if an adult has performed a sexual act on a child, regardless of what the child says, he has committed rape because children cannot consent.
Mm-hmm. So
Mhm.
having the desires of pedophile that is against that nature is not okay. But having a desire of being gay that is also against the nature is okay.
It's not a desire. They just simply are attracted to these people. They're just not. They're not thinking like, "Oh, I'm gay. Let me find." You know, it's like I'm a man. I'm attracted to another man. It's as simple. It's the same
And
way you're attracted to your
pedophile
wife.
says the same thing. He is a man. He is a child attracted to a child.
Yeah, but all
Attraction.
right. But when he engages in his attraction, like the friend here brought up, it's a consensual thing.
The child may not
It's
get
not
hurt.
consensual.
The child
What's
may not
that?
get hurt. The child may not get hurt. The child may not even understand what's going on.
What do you mean? I don't understand what
That's
you're
why
saying.
it's not allowed because the child
Yeah,
does not
right.
understand. That's why you can't do it to disabled people, to hire people, to like I can't do it to my tenant because landlord to tenant is also not consensual. Like there's no power dynamic allowed. Power dynamic makes it non-consensual, and
No, I'm not saying about
yeah,
the power. You can offer a gift. You can offer a toy, and
that's even
Yeah,
you're gonna.
manipulate. I don't. It's not okay. I don't know what you're trying to defend
that's
here.
still
That's
You
what
understand it's
non-consensual.
not right.
that's what we do as adults. I understand it's not right. I do, but what I'm trying to say
Yeah,
is you guys are okay with a certain
we're okay with
party
adults consenting to being
with a
adults.
certain
That's fine.
party that has this perverted sexual feelings,
It's
but you're
not
not okay
perverted.
with the other ones. But don't
It's
we
not
see in
perverted. That's the
today's
problem.
but the things in today's day we see it's not perverted, yeah, right. But in today's day we
It's not.
see we see that a pedophiles are coming and speaking out loud that if gays are allowed, then we should be allowed as well. I don't agree with
That's
them, but I'm just
yeah, right.
saying, don't they have the right way as well?
They no, they don't. No, they don't. Because once again, it comes down to consensualness.
Yes,
Well, I can
consent.
let's say I can give my girlfriend a lot of flowers and I can buy her a car and all of a sudden she consented, right?
Yes, but she's an adult who is physical,
Yeah,
mature, like mentally, like
yeah, you're the
mature. But
same age. Like here's a good example. Two 14-year-olds can have sex with each other. They're both 14. They consent to have sex with each other.
Yeah, but they have no clue what
That's
they're doing.
well, I don't know. I don't care or know. It's like, but by the way, with porn these days, I doubt. I don't know. But like, it doesn't
yo,
matter if they know what they're doing. It's like, they're gonna that they can have babies, so clearly they can make it work. Like,
yo,
doesn't matter. Like,
I'm sorry, I had a really crazy point. You said the kids don't know what they're doing exactly, but the adult does. Therefore, the adult is exploiting the kid. It's a power
that's
dynamic
exactly the
issue.
point.
Consent. Yeah.
Yeah, but don't men exploit the women too often
And
with all
that's
the
not good
toys and
either.
everything that
That's
with the
that's bad too. Like
It's,
exploiting
it's
women, children, everyone is
exploiting
bad.
anyone.
we exploit them with what? With gifts.
Yeah,
We
it's
exploit
not
anyone with
good.
gifts.
It's that's not good.
That's how dating works.
That's not how dating has to work. No, it
But
doesn't.
that's how it
That's not how
works.
dating.
A
That's not
woman
how it works
wants
with
a
me and my
man.
girlfriend.
A woman expects
My
a
girlfriend makes way
man,
more money than me.
and a woman expects a man to pay for a restaurant. If we do,
My girlfriend took
she's
me out on our first date.
Okay, I can tell you guys a story. Like my grandma unfortunately went through child marriage, right? And when I asked her about it, like it's as if it's not consensual. Like, here's the issue. Mr. Sergeant or servant,
Surge.
the Sarge, my apologies.
No problem.
What you're saying is it's really concerning me because yours like it seems like a misunderstanding on consent. Like you doing something with your girlfriend, or you doing something with someone of your age, or like your maturity level. That's fine because you're both consenting. Like you both can say yes. But if you do it to a kid, even if the kid says yes, even if you give a gift, even if you do give billions of dollars, if you give anything, child cannot consent because of many reasons: like physical maturity, emotional, mental, educational, power dynamic. Like a child cannot freely say no, just like how a slave can't freely say no, just like how a tenant can't freely say no, just like how a student of a religious leader can't freely say no. Consent is free. It's like of equal power. Dynamic, not free. Sorry, like it's reversible. It's verbal. It's not silent. It's not power dynamic. It's like equal and like considerate, you know?
Consent is not really a power. It's not an equal power in dating at all. Usually, people are looking for something out of each other in order to,
That doesn't make it.
consent.
We agree that's not right, though. We agree that. We agree it's
Yeah,
not right.
like all exploitation is bad. Like I think consent is very misunderstood in the world, very misunderstood.
Well, definition of
Yeah,
consent is just simple agreeing. That's it. So if you give
Yeah,
yeah,
somebody
but
a
no.
toy
Well,
and they
actually,
agree,
here's
then
some.
that's it.
No, no,
mhm.
no, that's actually not it. It is continual agreement. For instance, like if you have sex with a woman, she says, let's have sex. We start having sex. The woman can decide in the middle of sex to not have sex no more. And you have to stop. You can't be like, well, you already said yes. So consent is very much about being continuing the whole entire time, not just, it has to be the whole entire time until obviously within reason. Like after sex is over, she can't be like, I want to stop having sex. You know, like that's nonsense. But you know what I mean?
I
Exactly. And sorry, if you're like having sex and a girl says no or stop or is silent, you get your hands off immediately. You take a step back. Like consent is very freely given, informed, reversible, continuous, specific. Like I would like consent to be very modern and not very ancient at all. Like child, slave, religious student, it's not consensual.
well, again, consent is agreeing. So let's say if you give somebody a gift and they agree, that's they consented.
Yeah, no, but
Okay.
it's about the whole time though. That's what's most important. It's like you can't just simply like it's the example. It's like I mean, obviously there's a line of ending. Like it's just like the sex thing. Like once sex, she agrees to sex, that's consent. But she has to consent the whole entire time. It doesn't necessarily mean she has to be looking at you and be like, "This is okay, this is okay." You know, it's like she is consenting. But then if in the middle of sex she decides to stop, you have to stop
I
because
I
she is
hear
no
you.
longer consenting.
I hear you. I understand the facts. I understand the facts. So if the gift is given and the person says yes, the consent happens, and then because agreeing has happened and the action has started, sure. If the action doesn't feel good, a person can say stop, and another one has to stop. I agree with you. But the thing is, consent the way you're presenting is not really the way it's presented in our society, anyways. I agree with your
It matters
version.
how it is.
I agree with
It's
your
real.
version
That's
of
how it
consent
is.
more. I agree with
Well,
your
that is
version of
how it.
consent.
That's actually how it is. And if you look at like legality, if you look at like that is how it is presented. Like you make
Not
if you're
really.
talking about like, well, yeah, is that how people get arrested for continuing to have sex with someone even though they said yes originally, but they said no during and he didn't stop, and like that's fully how consent works and is held up in
Okay.
law.
Okay, so may I please say something?
Of course.
Is that
Go on.
okay? So, okay, I believe Mr. Surge, he is making a huge misconception between regular consent and sexual consent, okay? So, sexual consent isn't just saying yes. Like, valid sexual consent requires the ability to freely choose. So, you're not a slave or you're not intoxicated. You're freely able to choose. And they understand consequences. So, like, when you have sex with someone, if they don't know the consequences, they can't consent. So, no children, no uneducated people, no like people power dynamic, and also refuse without coercion. So when you're having sex with someone, they must have the equal like consent. Like you can't coerce them at all. So no slavery, no kids like that, and children can't fully consent because they lack the developmental capacity to understand sexual relationships. So even if a child says 100% yes to sex to like an adult, he is still not consenting because a child does not understand and the adult is being evil and coercive. and slaves can't consent because slaves don't have freedom and it's coercive. So sleeping with a slave, you're going against their freedom. They can't truly say no because they can be beaten, right, or be abused. So agreement alone does not make something morally acceptable. Just because someone agrees to something, it does not mean it's okay. If a child agrees to sex with an adult, it's not okay at all. It's coercive, it's manipulative, and the adult has a huge power dynamic. So yeah, that's like what I have to say right now. Like,
I do agree with your version of consent at 100%. I do, but the thing is, your version of consent is not the same as what we have in today's day in a legal
It is
justice
though.
system.
That's not true. That
No,
is
no, no.
true. That is how it is.
His
You can,
version of consent is more on the extreme side, and I like it. I do like it.
okay, I understand what you're trying to say. I think what you're trying to say is my consent framework is a lot more modern or future oriented, but the current consent framework of many religions, many people, many cultures, many countries is a little like less than that or a little different, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, no. Your consent more aligns to what the Christian would think and understand. The consent that we have of the world is it's less, I guess, it's less restrictive.
unless they're gay.
What?
Oh
Unless they're
yeah,
gay.
because this conversation
That,
stemmed from homosexuality because we were talking about that first, like before this. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I'm kind of glad what you're talking about. Like you're talking about like yeah, no, like I agree with that. Like consenting, but when two gay people do it, it's no different than two straight people. But yet it's wrong.
But again, like let's say the we all have good feelings and we all have evil feelings on the inside,
It's not
and
evil to be gay.
it's perverted.
It isn't
I
perverted.
I don't believe that being gay is or being homosexual is perverted unless you're committing harm or you're doing something unconsensual. Otherwise, consent is fine. Like,
I mean, yes, people can go and have sex between each other, gays. They can. I'm not stopping them, but the action itself is perverted. It's counter
It isn't.
nature.
Nope. Nature is feeling a certain way about someone and wanting to have sex with them. That is
We were
100% what nature is.
men were not created to have sex with men.
well,
Men
men
weren't
weren't
created at
created.
all.
We were evolved. The reason why everyone hates
Okay,
yeah.
even involved. If I just go with you, we were not involved. Our parts match to a human, not to a man.
That would only apply if anyone thought that there was like something going like Frank, like we were talking about earlier. It's like two gay guys were like, no, guys can have babies. No one thinks that, so it doesn't matter. No one's arguing the point that you're making that they can't make babies and they don't go together to make babies. No one is arguing that point. We understand that.
Yeah. And I just wanted to write down what Mr. S's opinion was, just so we can make sure that we're on the right point. So, may you please like tell me what your opinion was, sir, so I can just write that down. Is that okay?
Yeah. Hold on a second. Opinion in regards to in regards to this, my opinion is if it's not according to nature, if it's not according to the way that we were made. Let's say man has a male parts that actually perfectly fit within a human, and safely and actually for the good of the society. But men do not have a part that perfectly fit within men's. It does not work. And if we use our men's part to pervert the sexual aspect of and stick it inside of other men, there's a thing called AIDS, and the AIDS are actually highly
Yeah,
effective
stop bringing up
amongst the
age.
gays. It's very high.
No, it's not. It's not highly infested.
Okay, what is the number one group that suffers with AIDS?
It could be gay people, but that doesn't mean that
Thank
all
you.
gay people are infested with
Well,
AIDS.
I think it's
Thank you.
I don't I believe with people actually yeah the Google does say gay and bisexual men sure African drug addicts women and girls and it says obviously what AI says anyone can get AIDS regardless of age gender or sexual orientation. However, the disease disproportionately affects specific populations due to social economic and biological factors. So yeah, the group most affected is gay bisexual and other men who have sex with men.
Okay.
So
We've
okay.
said that the whole time. The
I'm
point
not
is, it's
saying
like
I'm not
it's
saying
not like
look, BBN, I'm not saying everybody. I'm saying it is the number one disease amongst that group. Why?
But it's not
Because
because they're gay.
because that part doesn't fit well with the other part.
No, that's not it.
Okay.
It's not. That's not how it works.
The data is
All
on
right.
my side.
No, it isn't. No, the data that you. The only thing you said that is true is that it does. It's like, yeah, it is in the community, but it's not this infesting thing. It's just you understand. Overwhelming doesn't mean anything, right? Like if like only one person in the gay community had AIDS and no one else did, they would still be overwhelming.
Hmm. And I would like to add something. I wrote down your opinion, and here's like what I like to say about it. Natural, it does not automatically mean moral or good. There are lots of natural things that are harmful, like disease, violence, and starvation. And there are lots of unnatural things that are good, like medicine, glasses, surgery, technology. And also, AIDS is not caused by being gay. HIV is a virus that can spread through like specific high risk behaviors, like regardless of orientation. And straight people can get HIV too. And historically, some gay communities were hit hard early in the epidemic, but it doesn't prove that homosexuality itself is immoral. And biologically, humans do many things beyond reproduction, like bonding, pleasure, companionship, love, connection, etc. So saying that sex is only valid if it reproduces, like it's only like a philosophical and religious position. It's not objective scientific fact. And also, we're not even made perfectly. We came evolution. So the thing where male must have sex with a female, this is the way because evolution has shaped it like very well over billions of years. But there's also some people like on the side, like gay people, bisexual people, but it does not mean they're bad people. They're just a variation of human. They're a variation of biology and environment. So yeah, that's like my little yap session against your opinion, sir, Mr. S.
Why? Hey, why did evolution decide to create reproduction? Why couldn't evolution just create, like, let's say, a billion people that will never die? Why is there
I
a
will
reproduction?
I will explain that to you, sir, and also off the top of my head, and then I will look it up on the internet for you. So, your question was why did evolution make like male or female, and why did we not like live forever, right?
No, like I say, instead of making, let's say, 1 billion people to live forever. Let's say a big boom exploded, and whatever. There's some species in the water, and let's say 1 billion of those species they came out of the water. They can never die, and there's no such a thing as reproduction because they just simply cannot die.
Okay, so I'm gonna like write this down, and then I'm gonna try. I gotta like think about it. So evolution, right? It doesn't have a goal and it doesn't plan populations or it tries to create infinite life. Evolution is just a process where organisms like that survive and like reproduce, they pass on the genes. So that's what it is. So a species, it does not become billions of immortal individuals because of these reasons. Predators, disease, starvation, environmental change, accidents, competition. And if a species reproduce forever without dying, it will run out of food and collapse. Death and reproduction is actually how evolution works. And the ocean argument you had, they do have enormous numbers because water supports huge ecosystems. Like krill is like the krill population is in the hundreds of trillions, and bacteria and plankton are trillions, and jellyfish can clone themselves. But there are even some organisms that are biologically immortal, like hydras and a certain jellyfish, but they can still die from predator disease and environmentals. So the answer to your question is evolution did not choose to stop at a billion. Population size is controlled by environmental limits and survival pressures and not by goal or design.
No, that's not what I asked. So there's one thing that evolution could have done is just pop 1 billion people out of the water, and without ability of reproduction at all. They would not be able to reproduce, and they will not be able to die. So they literally have reached their perfect state, and they live forever and ever.
It
But
isn't a
but
perfect state. That's the
instead,
issue.
but instead, evolution decided to, like as if a perfect intelligence, as if
It did not
evolution,
decide to do anything.
as if evolution is a being with this perfect intelligence. It decided to
Nope. It didn't
specifically
decide anything. There's no
create
decision making.
wonderful process of reproduction, where a
Can you explain to me what
male
survival of the
hold,
fittest is?
hold on a second, where a male part fits perfectly within a female part, and it works. And there's only two
No.
kinds: a female and a male, and not some random third kind.
Well, first of all, that's not necessarily
I
true.
mean,
There are fascinating
evolution
things.
evolution is very smart. I'll give you that one. It's
Well,
extremely
not that's not
intelligent.
how all life. That's not how all life works. There are lives that produces with itself. That's asexual. It just makes itself. So
Yep.
there's very life is different. It didn't make anything. That's the way that the biology works. Like we're mammals. This is mostly how mammals work. We're eukaryotes. This is mostly how eukaryotes work. Like this is it's not you're putting a design to it. There's no design to it. Can you just shortly describe survival of the fittest to me?
We do have a design. Evolution design things. Can't you see the design?
No, it doesn't design anything. No, it doesn't
And
design. It does.
I can answer
There's
to
no.
you.
There's no design.
We have a
Go on.
design of reproduction.
No, sir, it did not design it. I can explain to you how.
Okay.
Okay, so I have to say this. Evolution is not an intelligent being that makes conscious decisions. It's a filtering process. Like the traits that help the organism survive and reproduce, they tend to remain over generations. So I'm gonna explain to you why female and male reproduction exists. So back in the billion years ago of all the cells evolving and reproducing, right? Most cells, they just make copies of themselves. That makes a lot of sense. It is the same thing. But here's a problem. If the temperature changes a little bit, if there's one predator, one disease, they all die. So the tiny, 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 tiny percent of life that could create a life with other life, it evolved a lot better because it could adapt to its environment. And this happened for billions of years, and slowly we have evolved to like this male and female thing. And so this means that male and female reproduction, it evolved because sexual reproduction was successful for many species, not because evolution had a moral plan or moral goal. And also, evolution is not perfect. We have cancer, we have bad backs, we have wisdom teeth problem, we have choking problems, we have painful childbirth, we have genetic diseases. This is not a perfectly designed being. We were made from evolution. We came from things. We came from apes. And also, your transgender, like your intersex argument, variation naturally exists in biology. There are many intersex humans. I've seen many of them in Pakistan and India. We call them hijras. They're discriminatory. And many animal species have same sex behavior. Biology is very diverse, and it's not a strict only one possible pattern exists idea. Like it's not essentialist, it's anti-essentialist.
Hey, when did evolution decide to pop the reproduction while the species were still in the water, or when the species started to walk around?
Well, I can look that up, but I'm gonna assume it's in the ground because I assume the male and female like is something of like ocean creatures, right? It started there. But your question was when did evolution create male and female? Is that what it is?
No, when did evolution create the process of reproduction while the species, whatever the amoeba or whatever it was, or some frog or whatever it was, is still in the water, or when that frog actually got and started walking on the ground, got out and
Yeah.
started walking on the ground? When did reproduction first started to be?
Okay, I'm gonna write that question. I'll just look it up for you. So, like, when did evolution, like, when did reproduction?
Yeah. Also, look up how many of these life beings were in the beginning. Like, let's say, how many of these live beings were in the waters?
Okay. So before that, I can actually read this. So reproduction existed long before animals came on land, and it began in the ocean billions of years ago. And the earliest life forms they reproduce asexually, so like they copy themselves by two. Like I said, yeah, they started 3 billion years ago, and asexual came a lot later, like a billion or 2 billion years ago in the ocean, because it was like this. The simple life they were splitting and cloning, and then later some organisms evolved sexual reproduction so they could mix the gene from two, and then fish evolved, and then much later some animals came on land, and then mammals, humans, dinosaurs, frogs. Here we are. So it did evolve in the
Why
ocean,
did
the male and
why d-
female.
why did it change from cloning to reproduction? Why? Why couldn't
And
it be? Why can't it just stay as cloning? I mean, cloning is more powerful than reproduction because in reproduction you need a mate, but in cloning you can just reproduce at any point. So why did it downgrade? Oh, something happened.
up a little bit,
Okay.
everyone dies. Or there's a predator, everyone dies. Because everyone's the same, right? So any environmental change, any issue, everyone dies. The organisms that reproduce other ones, where they mix their genes into reproduction, they survive a lot more because we could adapt to the environment and change to our environment. But cloning, that's easy to wipe out. And also, cloning is still very common in bacteria. Like most life clones rather than reproduces. Like sorry, they reproduce like with a pair rather than like I'm saying most life creates asexually, like the bacteria and stuff.
Let's do this. Let me take actually one more last call. I'll take one more last call.
Sure.
I want to talk to you, Hassan, a little bit more about the beginning of evolution. If you're going to be around on Sunday, I'll be on around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, California time. I'm not sure where you're from, but if you'll be around on Sunday, it would be nice to talk to you. I want to talk. I want to go all the way back to the beginning and just hear your thoughts. What do you think about the beginning?
Sure, that sounds very good, sir.
Hey, BBN, I'm gonna drop you too. It was fun to talk to you. Okay.
It's very good. Have an amazing day, sir.
Yeah. Okay. You too. Thank you, guys.
See you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
See you. Goodbye.
Tavo-san Abri, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you. So
I
what
was
is on your
actually going
mind?
to chime in on the last conversation. I'm a professor, so I could fill in some of the gaps on evolution. I don't know if you wanted to switch topics.
I mean, basically, you can ask me anything. If you want to hold the topic, I'm okay with that. If you want to tell me about it, if evolution topic, I'm okay with that too.
What are your questions about evolution? I mean, there's a couple of questions I can answer. Like, for instance, when did evolution start? It probably started at the level of the macromolecules. So there are some molecules that outcompete other molecules in terms of repeating their macromolecular structure and their motifs. That's why RNA, if you have just a big bag of molecules, RNA does better than proteins, right? Because it reproduces itself.
What do you think? What do you think is evolution? Is it intelligence? I mean, we see all this intelligent, wonderful, what is it, evolution or design or however you want to put it. But like, let's say the point of reproduction. Why did evolution decide to think of reproduction when it started off with cloning?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the thing is, if you have bacteria in a culture, they reproduce very quickly, right? And they reproduce through mitosis and other things. But the reason why they don't need to reproduce, why they don't need to mutate more quickly is just because their rate of generating new generations of themselves is so rapid. So imagine this. Imagine that humans got a cold and we had the only way of reproducing was through parthenogenesis, right? Parthenogenesis would be like asexual reproduction, just reproducing ourselves. It would take thousands of generations, right, for us to live that, and each generation lasting 20 years. It would take a massive amount of time just to adjust to some immunity for like a simple cold. Now, now small organisms that are prokaryotic don't have that problem. And the reason why they don't is because they regenerate so quickly. Their generations are so quickly relative to preceding generations.
Okay, if it's gonna be self-generating, then you said that we're gonna have issues adjusting to cold. Did I get you correct?
Any challenge that anytime we have any genetic susceptibility, if you can't recombine your DNA, then you limit your options of responding to any threat. It can be an environmental threat from infectious disease. It can be any threat from temperature, anything that would wipe a species out. That species, in order to adjust to any threat, the best thing for that species to do is to vary its genotype as much as possible. So to extend and make heterogeneous its own genome.
So basically combined with with another gene.
That's the way humans do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so we went from cloning in the water according to the last call. So there was a cloning
I
or
don't know
a
that. So cloning is different. So I would kind of put that word cloning aside. You could say reproducing by mitosis or reproducing sexually or reproducing via parthenogenesis. Those are
okay
all sort of different modes of
reproducing of itself and by ourselves, of ourselves and by ourselves.
Okay, that would be like parthenogenesis. Like if humans could reproduce with ourselves and inseminate ourselves theoretically, that would be like parthenogenesis.
Okay, so basically, we went from reproducing of ourselves to reproducing with a mate, so that
No, that's not actually true. That's not actually true. Parthenogenesis is not sequentially there was parthenogenesis and then there was sexual reproduction. Parthenogenesis persists in some species as a different way of reproduction, but they weren't chronologically one happened and then the other happened.
uh, okay, hold on. Let me get this. Let me understand this. When did the reproduction came to be? Was it in the water?
Well, no. Now the reason why I think the question is a little bit flawed. So, like, for instance, that's kind of like asking when the eye came to be, right? There's no single point where an organism had eyeballs and the preceding organisms did not, right? What we see is sort of optic discs, and then we sort of see sort of like photoreceptors, and then we see gradual development over time. So if your question is like, when did we start sexually reproducing? When was there like sexual dimorphism, and when did that become important for sexual reproduction? It's actually more complex than that because we see with everything in the natural world, we see different variations of itself. Like I was like saying, when did a kidney show up? Well, there's no time point in which a kidney showed up, but there were multiple time points, multiple evolutionary steps where early form fruits of kidneys developed among different individuals and different species. I hope that maybe that helps a little bit.
I mean, it does help. So I mean, it does help. I understand what you're saying, but I'm still trying to figure out, like, let's say, when did reproduction came to be? Was it like all the way from the beginning when the big boom happened? Was it already engraved, or after some time? And why did it happen? Why did it come to be? Why was reproduction even needed according to the evolution? Why couldn't evolution just pop, let's say, a billion species out of the water and we would never die?
Yeah, and there's a really easy to answer way to answer that question. Let's say you're looking at a pond, okay, that has different types of food sources inside that pond, right? And you introduce two species of prokaryotic bacteria into that pond, right? Very simple bacteria. You just put them in there. Now, one reproduces at a rate of it reproduces every, let's say, 2 months. The other reproduces every month. Now, when you come back after a month, which one will there be more of? The one that reproduces more quickly, correct?
Okay.
Okay. Now, let's say then the winter comes and it freezes over the pond and it kills a bunch of the bacteria and 90% of the bacteria die. Which species is more likely to survive? The one that reproduced more, right? The one that made more copies of itself.
Okay.
So that's why reproduction is overall advantageous.
Over, in a way, cloning yourself. Well, by cloning myself, you know what I mean, like the asexual one. So it's
I'm talking about general reproduction. So that's why it's evolutionarily advantageous to reproduce.
yeah, but why couldn't evolution just not create death, or there would be no death? I mean, when did death come to be as well?
Senescence goes back to the early cell lines. Now, there's some cell lines that have more senescence, and there's some cell lines that have less senescence. Now, here's the reason why senescence isn't favored. Okay, because why immortality isn't favored. There's actually several reasons. Actually, cell lines can become immortal. So humans can have actually immortal cells. There's cell lines of humans that are very, very old. So a lot of people don't realize that. But what are those cell lines called? They're called cancers, right? So we can have actually immortal cells, right? Cells that can't be killed. The problem is they are advantageous to themselves and disadvantageous to the organism. So on a cellular level, it's advantageous to be to to not have senescence, but on an organism level, it's actually very disadvantageous to have cells that cannot undergo senescence. Right? Growth has to stop, right? If you couldn't stop growth, then you couldn't form any organs, right? Everything would just keep growing. You'd just be a mass of cells eventually.
Well, I hear that, but I mean, you don't need to kill in order to stop the growth. Why can't the growth just stop at a certain point, as let's say it's whatever programmed? But
That's actually called
death,
apoptosis. That's called
but
programmed cell death.
but death doesn't need to
Apoptosis.
happen.
You do need to have, like I just said, you do actually need to have cell death at some point.
But why? Why did evolution come up with death? I mean, it exploded. It like out of chaos, came forth life. Why is there a death?
Yeah, and again, the answer is simple. If you just, let's say there's two populations, with any of these, you can like develop a thought experiment. You say, here's two populations. There's one population where nobody dies, and the and just the cell lines are reared, they grow up, and they just live forever, right? Let's imagine a population of bacteria that just lives forever. Okay, just it
At
pops
its
out and it just
yeah, at its grown state, right? At its grown
yeah,
state.
at its grown
Okay.
state, and it can never die.
Okay.
Well, the problem is eventually that population outstrips its resources,
Well,
right? So
no
over
reproduction
time,
too.
what's that?
No reproduction too.
Oh, you're saying, okay, immortality and no reproduction?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, in that case, you have a stagnant gene pool, right? Your genotype can't change, right? Because you can't change your genes.
Why? I mean, why does it matter if they can change or not? I mean, if the
Because
gene cannot die,
when
it
you
can
can't
live
change your gene
forever.
type, when you can't change your gene type, then what happens is, if anything changes in your environment or if you encounter any threats, there's no way for the population to deal with those threats.
No. That I mean, we as humans, we do adapt to environments. So our genes adapt naturally.
Not really. I mean, I mean, over generations they do. Is that what you mean?
Not necessarily even over generations. Like let's say me, I was born in an extremely cold place, and now I live in a hot place, and I had to get used to it. So it's
But
not
your
like,
genes haven't changed. That's not really genetic evolution.
okay, what happens when the genes change? My eye become different, my nose become different. What happens when the gene change?
Most of the time, what happens when you have a gene change, it's a mutation that's not healthy, right? And a lot of times when that mutation happens, those are little micro tumors that form in your body at any given day, and then your body's own immune system will cleave them and take care of them, and that those cells die. Now, once in a while, what happens is you have a cell that has a mutation that is more favorable for that cell line, and that becomes a tumor, and that becomes cancer. So there's two fates. If there's a mutation that doesn't help a cell line, right, and it just mutates and the cell does worse, then your body will just basically that cell will die off. If there's a mutation that helps the cell do better, more often than not, that turns into a tumor. Now, there's other types of genetic mutations, like there's chromosomal mutations, like there's different trisomies. So other types of mutation can happen. What we usually have is disease states with each mutation, but not always. There are some mutations that happen that are genetic where people do much better. I'll just give you one example. There's a congenital syndrome called Cruzon syndrome. It's the only real syndrome that I know of where the people who have this particular mutation are actually hyper intelligent. They're actually more intelligent if they have that. But, like I said, 99.999% of all mutations are going to wind up being harmful at any state of the organism. It's just a very, very small amount of genetic mutations that are actually going to be beneficial, salubrious, helpful in any way.
See, I haven't. See, my issue is this. Evolution, it brought forth death. Evolution is evil. I'm trying to figure out why couldn't evolution make it in such a way where there would not be death. I mean, if let's say if and no disease too, no harmful things that would lead to death. Why couldn't evolution make it in that way.
You're saying like a universe without suffering.
Well,
Why couldn't there be?
yeah, sure, of course. But why did evolution bring all this suffering into our universe?
I, so evolution doesn't bring suffering. Basically, what happens is there's evolutionary niches, okay, and those are sort of pockets of the ecosystem where organisms can actually do quite well, right? So an evolutionary niche would be like, let's say there's like, soil that has a lot of nutrients in it, or like a lot of greenery, or there's a lot of patches that have a food source, or there's flowers that give fruiting bodies. Those are all like sort of things where like, hey, there's resources here, and usually those develop in conjunction with other organisms that take advantage of those resources. That's evolution. So it doesn't really make our lives worse. It's not evolution doesn't bring death. What evolution enables is it enables us to find our way through the world, fill a niche, then spread and fill a different niche.
Okay, but a previous niche dies, though, right?
No, 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 no. It doesn't have it. No, it
Like like
won't.
like you yourself. Do you like death?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like humans have a pathological fear of death, and we culturally have an excessive fear of death. But I think if I had to live forever, like I think life would become meaningless. Like I think living within a short time frame is something that provides meaning to my life. I'll be very honest with you. I'll be a little confessional here. I actually was diagnosed with a terminal malignancy, and I think I didn't die, obviously, but this was several years ago, but it was predicted that I would. Now, over time, I actually did quite well after that happened, and I recovered. But, confronting death really changed a lot about my mind and, my perspective on life and its preciousness, and so I wouldn't say I dislike death. I think it's natural.
Okay, so the thing that you went through, do you think it's good, it's pleasant, or would you rather not have that?
I think humans are very bad at figuring out what we like, what we want, and what makes us happy. Okay. So was it pleasant at the time that I was going through it? No. If you could point a magic wand at me and say, you know what I can do, I can just I can cleave that portion of your life and just make it disappear, and you won't have any memory of all that pain that you went through. Would I accept that? No, I would not. And
Really?
the reason, yeah, exactly. The reason I wouldn't is because it makes you who you are. It's like, would you like imagine? How about this? What if I could point a magic wand at you and make you forget every time a woman like broke your heart or hurt your feelings? Right? You wouldn't. I don't think you would want that. I think you say, well, each time I went through that, I learned more about other people, and I learned more about myself, and I learned more about socialization. We're way off the topic of evolution, but yeah, I think pain and suffering. Let me give you one other statistic, and this came from Philip Brickman, who is a fascinating researcher, who is a very promising researcher about the science of happiness. And what he did, and it's a little bit overstated, okay, but this is pretty close to accurately what he found. Would you rather have a limb amputated, or would you rather win the lottery?
A limb
Most
amputated
people
or
say
win a
they
lottery? Yeah,
yeah, they win the
lottery,
lottery. Yeah,
obviously,
that's
okay.
yeah. Fascinatingly, when we look at people and their happiness after they win the lottery and after they have a limb amputated, if you check their happiness levels, their contentment levels, their quality of life 6 months later, 6 months down the road, you actually find that it actually equilibrates quite a bit. So you would think one would make you very happy and one would make you very unhappy, but that's actually not the way it happens. The way it happens is we deal with adversity and we grow, and some of us thrive and some of us, get stuck in our suffering and our anguish. And
Could could evolution, an unintelligent thing, create this level of learning that you just described? I mean, I agree with everything that you just said, but can an evolution actually create or infuse or design or program or however you want to say this level of understanding and learning?
yeah, now I'll tell you that is a really fascinating question. I will say in theory it could, right? Because in theory, if I'm a little microorganism and there's a little microorganism that I'm trying to find, and I develop the ability to predict where that microorganism is going to go, then I have a new skill set that gives me a huge evolutionary advantage over that other microorganism. Now, if that microorganism develops a larger mind and can outthink me and say, "You're gonna think I'm gonna go this way, but I'm gonna go this way and dodge you," then it develops an advantage, and then the prey becomes the winner, okay? Now imagine this. Now I'm the predator, and I'm become even smarter. I develop an even bigger brain, okay? And now I say, "I'm looking at that prey, and I can tell what it's going to do, and I bet you it's gonna try to do this to avoid me, so I'm gonna do this instead." Then I become the winner. And as this evolutionary arms race of consciousness continues, definitely, I'll say in theory, it's possible. Okay. I think what you're getting at is the hard problem of consciousness. And a lot of people will say that it's not really solved yet. We don't really understand the mind and how it develops to be so esoteric. Like, I would agree with all those statements. The mind is very abstruse. But in principle, I think the development of a conscious mind and development of what's called theory of mind, where you can project what another entity other than yourself is thinking, I think that can be that's something that at least in theory is possible from what we know about biology in and of itself.
So you're saying the size of the brain matters to that extent? So the bigger the brain, the more intelligence, the more
Great
understanding.
question. Great question. Elephants have bigger brains than humans, right? So it's not. It does scale with brain size to a large degree, but not completely. So just the size of your brain does not explain it. What it probably has to do with is your cortical thickness, the degree of neuronal complexity. So there's a lot of different factors that get involved at that point. I use brain size. I'm being a little bit glib in the analogy that I gave you, but it doesn't scale completely with brain size. You could have a massive brain and you wouldn't be a great organism, right? So it actually doesn't have to even have to do with reptiles have very smooth looking brains. Humans have very convoluted looking brains. Humans have sort of different cortical thickness. So it's related to a lot of different factors.
And you would think that a brain has a lot to do with intelligence or everything,
Uh,
or does intelligence actually spawn from somewhere else?
I mean, theoretically, intelligence can come from just being a little microorganism and trying to compete in an environment with other organisms and just trying to strategize and trying to plan. The
But
more you can plan, the more you can
but where's
strategize.
the knowledge in, or where's the intelligence inside of that microorganism? Does it have a brain already?
Not a microorganism, right? But it
How
has
can
sort
it
of
learn?
Um, well, what you're asking is now a very, very complicated neuroscience question. But let me put it to you this way. If there's two microorganisms, okay, and there's one that goes toward a noxious stimulus, right? And it says, "Oh, that's not good. I'm going to avoid that." And it just moves away. And then the next noxious stimulus, it goes towards that, and then until it gets too toxic and it moves away. Which one would survive, that first organism that I just described, or a
Yeah,
second organism that says, "You know what? I know in this area there's this noxious stimulus, and I know if I go this way, I get more food. And I can remember that going this way got me more food last time, so I'm gonna keep going this way and finding more food. And now I'm starting to remember there's patches of food."
I hear what you're saying, but see, my challenge towards that, what you said, is I keep on hearing from a lot of previous callers that the knowledge, the intelligence is inside of the brain. It's not inside of the spirit. There's no such thing as a spirit. Blah blah blah. It's inside of the brain. So now, the example that you just brought, how can that little bacteria actually learn about food if it doesn't have brain? It simply cannot even learn. It cannot even understand which way to go. It cannot even follow the process that you just described because it cannot learn without brain.
Absolutely, absolutely. So what it does is it develops receptors, okay, that follow mere chemical gradients, right? So it just says there's more glucose this way, I'll drift more this way, right? Now, over time, which is going to do better, an organism like that, or an organism that actually like develops a map of its world and starts figuring out there's resources over here, there's food over here. So over time, the smarter you get, the more you can sort of map out resources and have more evolutionary advantages.
Okay, so according to you, where's instinct?
Instinct?
Yes. It's pre-programming, right? You agree that instinct is in a way a pre-programming of some sort.
Is it pre-programming? I mean, I think we have pathways for making more thoughtful decisions. Where am I going to live next year? What should I do with my life?
That's not instincts.
No, I know. I'm sort of delineating a separation. I'm parsing out what instinct is from other cortical thought, right?
Okay.
So, and then we have sort of snap decisions that we have to make, right? Somebody can walk up to us on a dark alleyway, and we could say, "Oh, I'm going the other way. That guy looks like trouble." So, I think sometimes we have to make long decisions, and sometimes we have to make quick decisions in order to navigate the world. And I kind of think of instinct as those quick decisions.
Okay, well, the instincts in my mind is just pre-programming. Like, let's say I walk without thinking, I talk without thinking. That's more of a instinctual stuff.
Oh, okay. So that's more of what we would call like a fixed action pattern in biology. So that's not really instinct, right? So you're saying like so here's an example. You can drive to work and you don't really remember driving to work. Like, has that ever happened to you? You drive to work somewhere and you're just at work and you're like, and you don't really remember the whole journey. You don't, but you know you did it. You just don't have to think about it. It doesn't form a memory.
Okay, so now that little microbe, it, by doing the things that you described, what is it forming instincts or is it forming knowledge? Where's the instincts if it's not in the brain? Or is this some kind of a nervous system that it already has? Instinct is programmed in there.
It's forming thoughts.
Where are thoughts at if it's not in the brain?
No, I think thoughts are in the brain. Yeah.
But that little thing doesn't have brain yet.
No. Like, and it's you remember we talked about the eyeball earlier, right? There's like, when did the eyeball show up? It doesn't really show up as an eyeball. There's all these like proto states that form the eyeball eventually. So the brain is the same way. It's not like one organism was suddenly born with a brain. And oh, you got to fly there or something.
Yeah, there's some mosquito flying around.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like there's all of a sudden there's an organism that has a brain, right? There's neuronal tissue that develops, right? And that tissue gets more and more complicated and it carries impulses in different directions. And those fibers decussate so that little microorganisms can avoid stimuli that are unpleasant.
See, for me, the evolution would be a lot easier to believe if intelligence wouldn't be around. It doesn't make sense how intelligence and evolution can come together. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, think of it this way. Can you imagine where if there's predator and prey and they're chasing each other and they're both very small animals, maybe not microorganisms, but they're both very small animals, that it's advantageous for one of those two groups, the predator or the prey, to have a bigger brain?
Sure.
Well, there you go. That's all evolution is. It's like there's a bigger brain on this allele, and that gives this part of the allele frequency a better advantage. I'll give you some real stuff to chew on. So think of a thought experiment between small animals and think which one would do better. You could at least imagine certain situations where being a smarter animal can help you to do better, right? That's pretty clear, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Now, imagine that same thing, that same competition, iterating, happening millions of times over millions of generations. Theoretically, if you keep running that experiment and you run it millions and millions and billions of time even, you're going to wind up with an organism that is going to be a really smart organism.
No, not really.
No, that's well, why not?
Well, okay. Look, if that organism has intelligence, I agree with you. But let's say if you put a bacteria organism that simply doesn't have intelligence, it's just gonna stay as stupid as it was. So it's like the big question is that little thing that is in the water. I'm trying to figure out how in the world did it get that intelligence. I mean, if I were to test it on a virus without intelligence, it's not going to learn anything because it doesn't have
Well, but
capability
could
of
you?
learning. But how can that little bacteria actually gain the capability of learning?
Yeah, yeah. So here's one example, right? Imagine that you're a bacteria, but you have some cells on the you have some anterior to rostral differentiation, right? So you have sort of a head and a tail, right? And you have little flagella at your tail, right? So you can propel in a direction. Now imagine that if you have like little light receptors, little chemicals in the front end of the bacteria that can pick up light. Well, it could navigate to a different environment, right? And here's why that matters. So if you look very early on, it was very advantageous for small bacteria to float upward to some of the more superficial layers of the ocean, whereas bacteria that just didn't have any control, that were just going in all directions, they didn't really they didn't really have that advantage, right? A bacteria that can float upward can get into the areas where there's more photosynthesis going on, the more superficial layers of the ocean. Let me I this is these are kind of complicated topics to grasp. So I don't say that in any way that's but let me give you just something to chew on. There are mysteries of evolution. Okay. There are a lot of things that evolutionary biologists can't explain. Every evolutionary biologist that I know will say that there's more to species differentiation than evolution. Okay, that's not heretical to say that, but there's specific mysteries, and we sort of parse those out, and we say we'll probably figure those out at some point, but we definitely don't have them figured out yet. Let me just give you one example. I think it's called Indohyus, was a very small little cat-like mammal, right? Well, within 50 million years, that became a blue whale. Now that's a very, very long time, but on an evolutionary time scale, from to go from being a cat to a blue whale is shocking. How did that happen so quickly? So that's part of something called deep sea gigantism. Now that is evolutionarily a mystery. We don't know why organisms go into the ocean and then become suddenly very large. So that's a legitimate mystery. I'll give you one other evolutionary mystery. We don't know why some species live on islands and then become very small. If you isolate a species on an island, it'll start becoming smaller over the generations. We don't really know why that happens. Probably has something to do with resource scarcity, but there's a lot of different mechanisms. There's a lot of different explanations. None of them is particularly well understood, though. So there are mysteries, you know. So we can tell you what the principle is. You know, we can't fill in every single blank in the entire record.
How can we track that? Let's say I was that little blob at one point that was in the water that has, as you described, the arms, the legs, and everything else. How can we actually, with confidence, track that? Is there a way to actually figure out that I was that, or humans were that, or is it
You
just more just thinking and there's no concrete evidence? That's just what we think, or more like belief.
we can look at common ancestors, right? So people always say like, "Oh, so you think we developed from gorillas?" Right? I don't think we developed from gorillas. I never, I mean, no evolutionary biologist thinks that there were gorillas and then all of a sudden they started paying taxes. Nobody thinks that, right? So a lot of people will sort of say that. Why do you believe in evolution? It's ridiculous. We couldn't have come from gorillas. I think that's a valid perspective. We didn't come from gorillas. Gorillas are gorillas, you know? We came from a common ancestor, right? So if you go back in time, you can see where humans split off from gorillas. You can actually even see like through a lot of very fascinating genetic studies where humans split off from other primates that are more hairy, right? Humans are, for primates, not very hairy. If you look at a dog or a cat or most mammals, humans have less hair than most mammals for whatever reason. We don't really understand why that happened either. But there was a theory that we were like aquatic apes for some time. That was a popular theory, but that's sort of been debunked now.
But like I understand, like, let's say apes or gorillas or primates, as a previous people said. primates. We're a family of primates. Sure, we look similar. I understand this, but what is there a similarity between this amoeba that is in the water that looks like a frog, and let's say a primate? What is the similarity? I mean, is there a concrete evidence that actual frog developed into an ape, or is it just more just a belief that it happened?
Okay, so what you're talking about now is called cladistics, right? So you can make trees of different species separating and differentiating and speciating apart from each other, right? But like I don't think there's an amphibian that's turned into a mammal, right? We just and I'll actually have to check that, but it's not like a frog turns into a squirrel. That doesn't happen, right? But if you go back
But
to
it did happen though, right? Frog
no,
to an ape.
what? No, a frog didn't turn into an ape. A squirrel didn't turn into an ape, right? A mammal became a squirrel, and then a different mammal ancestor of that squirrel eventually became a monkey.
Hold on, a mammal became a squirrel. What do you mean by that?
I mean, if you look at squirrels and you look at their cladograms, again, cladistics, cladogram, or stematology, right? The analysis of stems. You can graph out where species diverge and where they speciate and where they separate from each other.
Okay, but what do you mean by mammal? Mammal is
What do I
just
mean
like
by
it's a general term for a breathing thing. Like I'm a mammal too.
Yeah, warm-blooded.
It,
The cell red our oxygen-carrying cells lack nuclei.
yeah, and you
Um,
said mammal
live
became
birth.
a squirrel. Then that means there's. What do you mean by mammal? Is it some kind of a gene, some kind of a blob that turned into a squirrel, or?
Yeah, I can't map out the whole cladogram of a squirrel, but there is such a thing. In other words, we know that there were like species that developed into squirrels, and those species were the common ancestors of other types of like rodent-like things.
Okay, then that means a mammal has developed into an ape as well. What was the previous mammal like? Is it that little frog that you described in the water?
No, a frog would be an amphibian, not a mammal, obviously.
Well,
But yeah, yeah,
well, you know what I mean. Not a literal frog, but you described a cell that
think of it this
has.
way: there are common ancestors, right? And those ancestors become different types of species as they go on throughout history. Yeah, I really empathize with you. It's hard to picture all this stuff, but the reason why it works is because it takes millions and sometimes billions of years. Let me give you just one other thing to, and really just hundreds of millions of years. Let me just give you one other thing to chew on. If you look at the lifespan of any human, right? We can think in terms of years. We can sort of think in terms of decades. It's really hard for us to think in terms of centuries, right? It's really hard to for us to think in terms of millennia, right? And just do a thought experiment. Just take like 100 pennies and then take 1,000 pennies and just look at the piles. At some point, your mind just isn't really good at dealing with large numbers. So when it comes to like what was life like hundreds of millions of years ago, that's really hard for humans to think about. So we can think about generations, right? We can think about 100 generations,
So
but
why
it's
does evolution works if it's really hard to figure out? It's the same thing. Look, it's the same thing as the closer I am. I agree with you what you're saying too. Like the closer I am to a basketball hoop, the more chances I'll actually make it in, the more confident I will be. But the more further I get, the less chances I will be correct, even where the basketball is located, where the basketball
yeah.
hoop is located. So same thing with evolution. Why does it make sense? Why does it work then if basically a lot of things from back then it's really nothing more than guessing?
It's not. I wouldn't say it's nothing more than guessing. I'm just saying it's not intuitive, And the reason why it's not intuitive, the reason why we struggle with it, is because we struggle with huge timescales. We struggle with conceptualizing geological timescales. So it's hard for us to imagine that, the way we see changes happening very slowly around us, and we see life in terms of years. So it's hard for us to imagine millions, right? It's hard to imagine millions of anything, like, right? And billions, that's impossible to imagine, and that's why these things are not intuitive. Richard Feynman had one of my favorite quotes, because he had these grad students who were like, quantum mechanics, it doesn't make sense. And can you explain this? It just doesn't make sense to me. And he would always say to his grad students, you don't understand it? Tough. That's the way it works. I can't go to a different universe that has different physical and natural laws, and then go to a universe that suits your sensibilities more. But if you're in this universe, you're stuck with these laws, right? So, but that doesn't mean it's guesswork. That just means that we extrapolate over shorter time frames, and then we have to sort of non-intuitively stack those time frames together to really get a better picture of what happens over massive time scales.
Okay, like that being that you described in the water, that's going towards the food and learning where to go, and that being has, I think you said flippers. He has some legs. So like that being, like to me, yes, that being was billions of years ago. But how can evolution work? We cannot put this to work. We cannot understand how that works. We do not all it's nothing more than but a guess that being was ever there, and then that being got out of the water and started walking on land. It's nothing more than a guess. We have no hard evidence.
No, we have fossil records. Yeah, we have fossil records.
We cannot be
And we have
certain off of that.
and we have biological evidence, and we can actually look at the natural world around us and say, here are some examples of evolution happening. I'm enjoying this, but I really should get going. But I've really enjoyed this conversation. And look, this is not easy stuff to grasp. And I admit that it's not intuitive, but just because it's not intuitive to us doesn't mean that it's not sensical.
Okay. What do you, last question before you go, so
Sure.
just I would know. What do you think about God and the creation?
Yeah, here's what I think about it. If there is a God, and I think that there probably is, then God is smart enough, okay, to be able to create human life in ways that obfuscate God's own theistic intervention in creating that life. Let me explain that in a different way, because I think that was maybe too many words. Let me explain it a different way. If you're God, okay, and you created all of the laws of nature and the laws of physics, would you ever need to violate those natural laws to create a human form? I think that the answer is no. Right? Here's another way of thinking about that. If you're omnipotent, omniscient, and omnitemporal, right? And you want to do anything, okay? And let's say I'm omniscient, omnipotent, and omnitemporal, okay? And I wanna get a sandwich without paying for it. Well, I can make a sandwich appear at my doorstep using nothing but the natural laws of the universe and the chaotic world around me, right? Because I could drop a quarter in a tip jar hundreds of years ago and set off a cascade of events that would culminate in the desired outcome. Does that make sense? So here's another way to explain that. If I'm the one who writes all the rules for the universe, if I'm God and I wrote all the rules out, would I ever need to violate those rules to create humankind?
Oh,
I think
but
the answer is no.
but how so?
You,
How so?
because you're the one who wrote all the rules.
No, how where do you see a violation that happened?
Where do I see what?
The violation where God has violated His own rules. Where do you see that happening?
Oh, violation. No, I don't. I don't like. That's what I'm saying. I don't think so. If you're saying, is there any evidence that God created humans in a way that violates any natural laws, right? I would say the answer is no. There are certainly things that we don't understand about evolution, but if you're God and you've created the universe and you've created all the natural laws, then you could create humans without violating any natural laws. So another way of saying that is you don't need to circumvent those laws. Here's the reason why this is important. I see a lot of apologists who look at the world and say, let me find evidence of something supernatural happening. I think that's a flawed perspective, right? If you're God, you should be able to, create all the desired outcomes that you want without violating any laws of nature, because you're God. You wrote those laws. You created all those laws. You don't need to violate them. You don't need to stretch them. You don't need to do anything supernatural.
Give me one of the laws. Give me the laws so that I would fully grasp what you. I mean, I understand the concept you're saying, but like I cannot connect what was done wrong.
Okay, here's a law. The cosmological constant. Okay, it's very finely tuned, right? Meaning, if it was a little bit larger, then you wouldn't have stars and galaxies, because all the matter that formed would clump into dark black holes, and that'd be the end of it, right? If it was a little bit lower, then the gravitational attraction between mass wouldn't be strong enough. And when the Big Bang happened, you'd just be sort of left with a universe of very finely distributed dust, right? So let's say you want to create humans. Well, the first things you have to do is you have to create galaxies, you have to create stars, you have to create planets, right? That's at least the step one, right? Well, you do that by having sort of natural laws that you lay out at the start of the universe. Let me give you just one more thing to think about, and then I really should go.
Hmm.
Um, there are different questions that we can ask about the world around us. We can ask how type questions, and we can ask why type questions. A how type question would be like, how did this happen? To me, those how type questions should always be the domain of the sciences, right? We don't need to look to God to explain causation. We don't need to look to God as a mechanism, right? But we should look to God to answer the why type questions. Why are we here? Why does the universe exist? Is it purposeful? Those are the questions that I think theology should focus on. And I think apologetics is remiss when it tries to focus too narrowly on, hey, there are these gaps, there are these things that are very difficult to explain. I think when you use God as a wrench and you try to like explain some pathway of causation by appealing to God, I think your argument inherently gets much weaker and much less appealing. Those are all how type questions. They are and should continue to be in the domain of the sciences, even if we don't understand them, even if we admit that there are gaps. The why type questions are what theology should address. Why are we here? Why do humans exist? Why is there something rather than nothing? Is there purposefulness to the universe? Those are all the questions that I think theology should focus on. They're important. They're just as persuasive as saying, like, well, this animal couldn't have evolved from this other animal. um, I think they're more persuasive than that, actually. And they don't rely on a God being dumb, being unable to cover his tracks, right? They rely on a bigger question. Why are we here? What does it mean to be a good person? Those are theological questions to me. I think they're very enriching. I think they're very meaningful.
I think some of the how type questions have to be looked towards God too, because like let's say how type question, how did we come to be? We looked at science, and what did science do? Science literally created a story of creation of their own, how everything came to be. Now that story of creation, it's very hard to believe. It really is, because there's a lot of changes that are like, what are you basing this changes on?
But didn't science also give us the Big Bang theory? I mean,
That's
science also
that's
gave us the universe
that's
that has a starting point.
that's the thing. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Science has a creation story of its own. They removed God's creation story and created a creation story of their own.
I don't agree with that depiction that science has removed God from the equation. Science looks at the start of the universe and develops insights about how our universe looked from the first moments onward. But no scientist will say, I have a good, well, I shouldn't say that, but I think scientists sometimes will say, I have a guess about what caused our universe to start in the first place. But that is, in my mind, it's philosophy and it's a wild conjecture, and it's just as theological as any creation narrative in my mind. I mean, and you can say, well, it's closer to the laws of quantum mechanics and stuff, and but I mean that's really hand waving at that point. I think you're in the realm of conjecture until you can really prove it empirically or reproduce it. So I don't think there's a conflict. I don't think science is saying there is no God. I mean, I'm a scientist myself. I think there's probably a God, but I think the better evidence for God is sort of more metaphysical, more philosophical, more I'll give you my favorite reason why God exists is the black hole theory wars. There's a fascinating debate between Leonard Susskind, Gerard de Tooft, and Stephen Hawking, and they basically talked about how the universe has a memory. There's an imprint of our narrative, who we are on the event horizon of the universe. I think that's very theologically powerful. It means that the universe isn't just a forgetting void; it's a recording medium. I think that's a very theologically poignant argument, and it comes from the sciences.
Look, I understand that God should be I mean, the science should be in a way discovering God, because since God is the creator and the science is looking at the creation, they should be discovering the fingerprints of the creator. That's the proper way of science. So science is not supposed to remove God, but there are some people that they just don't like God to such degree. They like science, but they don't like God to such degree that they had to create an alternative creation story. And like if I were to ask those people, like, let's say, hey, who caused the big boom? Where did the big boom come from? The best answer I get is nothing caused something to happen, which is a little weird too.
Yeah, but those arguments are being made by atheists, and they're atheists making a philosophical argument, not a scientific argument, in my humble
But
opinion.
but it is how. I mean, it's how things came to be.
Let me tell you what I do with my daily life. Is I look at the human body. I virtually, not in any real human. I don't touch human beings, but virtually, I dissect the human body. I disaggregate it using different imaging modalities, living people. I feel like it's really beautiful. I feel like I'm in some ways seeing God's handiwork. So I think that we've created this false dichotomy between the sciences and theology, and we've said science has, and I think the reason why we've created that false dichotomy is because theologists are taking a perspective that's very mechanistic, and scientists are trying to fill in gaps where in mechanisms. And I think that's a flawed. I think that's a flawed perspective. Even if you say, "Here's how the universe actually formed. Here's how the Big Bang started," and you can prove it scientifically, I don't know that that to me removes what is behind that concatenation of events. There's even Leonard Susskind, who's one of my favorite scientists, says there's always going to be a veil of ignorance that we can't look behind. There's always going to be a moment in time that we can't pierce behind. Even if we go back to the very first moments of the universe, there is no way to get that far back. And as we scale up our efforts, our marginal incremental increase in resolution decreases. Anyways, this has been a really fun talk. I got to go, but you should check out my channel. I think there's some content there that you'll really, really enjoy. I make some really great academic historiographical arguments, and I engage with a lot of atheists, and I engage with a lot of Christians. I think you'll really find it nourishing. And I'll give you a sub. I'll sub to your channel. I think this has been a fun conversation, and
Do you do such live streams as these two, where you just talk to people?
yeah, every Monday at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You're welcome to join any of them, and I answer a lot of questions that are theological, philosophical, and sometimes even scientific. Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Yes. Shoot me your username. I'll see you.
yeah. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, really nice to chat with you.
It was nice talking to you. I had a blast too. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Likewise. All right.
Okay. Bye. Well, that was fun. That was fun. That was really fun. I like to talk to people, as you can see. And just to sit down and think together what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. This is the... Okay, I got a username. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Well, it would be nice to talk to. Been nice to talk to you, Tavo-san Abri again. It looks like you are a professor now. Again, this what I was talking to him about is not my level of expertise. Is not what I'm doing. Is I'm trying to use logic in order to understand things. And yes, there's going to be mysteries everywhere. There's going to be mysteries, yes, in science, in this religious science aspect. The religious side, this is just how I perceive things. Science is science. Science is not attached to religion, but there's also people that took science and created, in a way, a religion of their own. So science is just a way to figure out things. Math is a way to count things, okay? But once science gets a creation story that cannot be confirmed or affirmed in any way, then it's pretty much just got turned into a religion. It literally just got turned into a religion. And same thing with, let's say, grammar, same thing with reading in English, with language arts, same thing. Language arts is language arts, but the second language arts gain a propaganda of whatever, then it's no longer language arts, it's literally a propaganda, that's teaching propaganda. So I think science is great. I'm pro science, as long as it's not getting turned into religion. Because science, in a way, according to what I think, science is supposed to actually point to the creator. Science is exploring the things that the creator have created. That's what science in essence is. When we look at the creation, we're like, oh, let me see how the creator created a rock. Let me see how creator created a tree. That's the basis of science. But once we start to actually remove the creator from the science and say, oh, the our new creator is this big boom that happened, and here's the process. So the big boom was first on the first day. On the second day, there's some kind of bacteria that entered into the sea. On the third day, that bacteria turned into, I'll just call it a frog. Then or amphibian, and then on the fifth day, that amphibian started to walk on earth, and then the sixth day, that amphibian turned into an ape, and then the seventh day came forth a human being. That's a creation story of its own, and people just turned science into religion. So science as science, I like. Science as religion, I personally think it's as false as, sure, Islam. It's as false as you just put the religion in there. That is false. Well, anyways, it was nice to talk. It was nice to hang out. It's 12:57 a.m. It's almost 1 a.m. I'll be getting off. Thank you, everybody who is still around. Some people have been around for a while, actually. A while. Yeah, I got the channel. So this is the channel of the person whom I just spoke with. That's, and I did subscribe to your channel too. I want to talk in the future again. What is this? There's another debate that's going on here. So, Paul saw a light, but Jesus saw it first. Fact. The Satan was coming after Jesus. John 14:30. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't want to get into it. My mind wants to rest. It was pleasant to talk to everybody. It really was. Bibian, thanks for joining. Hassan, thanks for the conversation. And Tavo San Abri, thank you for the chat as well. So thank you to everybody. But I will be getting off. Just throw that like, subscribe to the channel, and let's continue to talk and try to figure out what is the truth. And until next day. Let's see, there's not yet, not just closing down yet. Well, anyways, until next time, guys. Thank you so much for conversating. Thank you for hanging out. I just wanted to go over last few comments, but I am gonna be getting off. So until next time. Oops, wrong song. Until next time. God bless y'all.
Don't back down, I won't retreat.